That's what I was going to do.
Order. Please rise for Mayor Michael Fougere.
Please be seated. Good to see a full gallery tonight. Welcome everyone to City Council meeting for October 29th. If I could have a motion to adopt the agenda, please. Councilor Bryce. Thank you. A seconder, please. Councilor Bresciani. All those in favor? Opposed? That's carried. The minutes from the meeting of September 24th, the motion to adopt those. Councilor Hawkins. Seconder. Councilor Massanelli. Discussion on the minutes. All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. So we'll get right into delegations, advertised and public notice, bylaws, and related reports. The first delegation this evening is Jim Elliott. Welcome, Mr. Elliott, to City Council. You have been here before, so you know the routine. You have 5 minutes for your presentation, and there may be questions afterwards.
To talk about the amendments to the Regina administrative bylaws that are proposed in your report. But first of all, I should tell you who I represent. I'm the current chairperson for the Regina chapter of the Council of Canadians. And I'm here to caution you against making any of the revisions to the Regina administrative bylaw as it relates to the Canadian European Union Comprehensive Economic and Trade Agreement, or CETA for short. Canadian municipalities by this treaty are under threat of being able to protect their citizens from actions made by transnational corporations. Regina's municipal services are under threat of being taken away from local companies, and local businesses will be forced out of the procurement process by foreign investors and multinational corporations. Further, the tendency of municipalities and governments to relinquish their ability to regulate and protect its citizens through what is known as regulatory chill means that you will be told that you will not be able to help your citizens and your neighbors. Now, Executive Committee, I also provided with you some reading of two documents that outline the implications in CETA as it relates to Canada, to Canadians, and to a variety of national governments such as yourself, and to identify what is at stake. Now, finally, I'd like to respond to some comments made by your solicitor in the discussions at that Executive Committee earlier this month. Now, I may not be truly exact on what he said, but my paraphrase for that was, we are not party to this agreement. Now, I also refer you to an attached report that I provided to you for this evening's meeting that was developed in cooperation with the Federation of Canadian Municipalities, in which it clearly includes information and obligations resulting from the recent agreements signed by Canada, notably CETA. I've also had communications with another chapter representative in another city in this country in which they were able to get their city exemptions included under the CETA agreement. Now, the Federation of Canadian Municipalities is part of that negotiation, and I believe that we are members of the Federation of Canadian Municipalities. Now, this report also attached to this presentation makes additional requirements around the procurement process that were likely not part of the previous general procurement procedures, as now European transnational corporations will have access to your procurement process for goods and services. And for reference, it should be noted that any of the recent announcements made around the upgrading of the wastewater or the water treatment facility with the City of Regina and the City of Moose Jaw exceed the monetary thresholds for CETA and therefore the rules under CETA will be used, or will need to be used in that procurement. And even some of the smaller announcements, later on. Now, under Article 19.17, the agreement requires parties to provide an administrative and judicial review procedure to allow suppliers to challenge any procurement decision that they believe runs contrary to the obligations of the chapter. So a European transnational corporation will now be able to challenge any of your procurement decisions.
Mr. Ellis, you have just over half a minute to go.
Thank you, and I'll conclude by making my recommendations tonight that you do not make any of the modifications to the administrative bylaw that specifically relate to CETA. So thank you.
Thank you very much for your presentation, Mr. Elliott. Are there questions? Councillor Massanelli.
Through the chair. Thanks for coming up, Mr. Elliott. I was just wondering, what city and what type of exemptions were gained? You cited in your summary.
This was the capital city of Yellowknife. No, I didn't go any further than that bit of information to contact the city of Yellowknife and what they were able to get. But my sense was that it was to, in essence, exempt the city itself entirely from any of the obligations under CETA.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Massanelli. Questions, anybody else? Thank you very much. You can return to the gallery and we'll move on to the report, and I'll turn this over to Councillor Hawkins.
Thank you, Your Worship. This is a recommendation of the Executive Committee coming to City Council tonight that the proposed changes to Regina Administrative Bylaw 2003-69 be approved as set out in Schedule 1, including changes to better align with trade agreements such as the New West Partnership Trade Agreement, the Canada Free Trade Agreement, and the with the lending practices of the provincial and government procurement. C, changes to increase the authority for the administration to enter into government funding revenue programs on behalf of the city, as the city can receive up to $500,000 annually as opposed to the current annual limit of $100,000. D, changes to increase the authority for the administration to procure consulting and professional services from $500,000 to $750,000 before requiring City Council approval to issue the solicitation document. E, changes to increase various dollar amount limits associated with various stages of the procurement process to accord with the applicable trade treaties, and F, general housekeeping amendments, and then 2, the city solicitor be instructed to prepare the necessary bylaw.
Could I have a seconder for that, please? Second that?
Your Worship, I just have 2 comments to make in connection with this. It is largely a housekeeping measure. The increases in the the approval amounts really reflect, for the most part, inflationary increases from the time at which this bylaw was originally produced. And secondly, with respect to the trade agreements, we as a municipality are legally bound by the procurement provisions in those agreements having been negotiated and approved by the federal government and within their jurisdiction. So I seek Council's approval.
Thank you, Councillor Hawkins. We do have other speakers. Councillor Young.
Thank you, Your Worship. I have a question for the administration. Most of this is housekeeping and name changes, but I would like you to give some information about non-standard procurement measures. How are they changing from the way we've had them in the past years?
Mr. Weary.
Your Worship, the changes primarily are related to terminology, going from sole sourcing to standard, non-standard, and the monetary thresholds have changed. Those are the main changes that have been identified in this report and will be the subject of the changes in the bylaw.
So those are name changes, not process necessarily changes?
No, not process changes. The processes most of those are already in place. These are, I would characterize them as minor substantive changes to better align with the language in the new trade agreements.
And if we chose to exempt ourselves from this, would that even be possible?
The concept of exemption, if it was to happen, and Mr. Elliott has made reference to a city in the north, I'm not familiar with that process. The way it would probably have to work is that the exemption would have to have been granted by the provincial government as part of its ratification of the federal trade treaty. If that's, I'm just speculating on that, however, but we certainly wouldn't recommend trying to seek an exemption at this stage now once our provincial government has already ratified the trade obligations negotiated by the federal government.
And so we're operating under the provincial governments on this issue.
Well, the way that it works is for international treaties, the federal government negotiates and signs the treaties, and then they're ratified by each individual provincial government, and the provincial ratification is what will bring in municipalities under those obligations because municipalities are under the jurisdiction of provincial governments.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Young. Councillor Stevens.
Through the chair, just one question. I know the Council of Canadians has raised concerns over other trade agreements that would allow multinational corporations and other private entities to kind of interject if different levels of government wanted to introduce either some kind of ethical or socially responsible type of procurement practice or process. Would signing off on this, changing the bylaws, would it kind of remove our power to make those type of decisions when we're procuring services or goods?
Mr. Lurie.
Your Worship, the changes that are being recommended tonight are not really, they're more addressed at the mechanics of our procurement. Some of these policy questions around procurement would probably be best addressed in individual procurements related to the technical requirements that might be built into specific procurements. The broader policy question is something that I believe is being looked at, but is certainly not the subject of the report that's in front of Council tonight. These are relatively minor housekeeping amendments. That would be maybe a discussion for a future meeting.
Thank you. One other issue has come to mind given the delegation's report here, citing the right of a corporation to challenge our procurement decisions. Does a similar process not already exist? So if we have a procurement process, can it not be appealed or objected to by any of the third parties that might be part of that competitive process?
Mr. Lurie.
Your Worship, there's a number of ways in which an individual bidder could advance a protest to a procurement. It can be done through the courts, through a civil proceeding. There are dispute resolution processes set out in the trade agreements that relate to violations of the trade agreements. Mr. Elliott made reference to judicial review, which is a court process that challenges the authority of a statutory decision maker and the reasonableness of their decision. So in this case, it would be a decision around procurement. So there are a number of different ways that purchasing decisions that are made by governments can be challenged by unsuccessful bidders, and there's nothing that's in the report tonight that changes that. Most of those processes are already in place. The provincial government has set up a dispute resolution process for the trade agreements that we are subject to. And of course, there's always the court process as well.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Stevens. Other questions on the report? I just have one I want to follow this up just a bit for Councillor Stevens' question. This is typical of virtually every international trade agreement that there is a dispute settlement mechanism that involves third parties for grievance, private sector companies as well as other governments to challenge a decision. And this is part of why we have the agreement itself is to adjudicate a final decision. Is that not correct, Mr. Lurie?
That's correct, Your Worship.
Thank you very much. I'll call the question on report 97. All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. We next have a report from the Planning Commission. This is the zoning bylaw amendment application for Rosewood Park Phase 1, Stage 1. Councillor O'Donnell.
Thank you. May I have a second? I'll speak to this.
Seconder. Councillor Brasciani.
Thanks very much. So what you have before you is 41 lots ready for development, as you will know. Prior to development, we called them urban holding. Now we have a plan before us. And the plan before you is exactly what was expected, exactly what you were told when Rosewood came before us as to in terms of their plan. It is consistent with what is going on in Coopertown, which is the overall neighborhood here. And so there are 42 lots right across from the school, ready for development next spring. Seek your concurrence, please.
Thank you, Councillor O'Donnell. Speakers to the report. Pretty straightforward. All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. We have two bylaws. Councillor Hawkins.
Thank you, Your Worship. I move, seconded by Councillor Mancinelli, that bylaws 2018-54 and 2018-56 be introduced and read a first time.
Mr. Clerk.
Thank you, Your Worship. Council will now consider the following bylaws after having approved the associated reports. Number 218-54, respecting proposed amendments to the Regina Administration Bylaw to update language to be consistent with new trade treaties and new procurement documents and to increase certain delegated financial authorities. And number 218-56, respecting amendments to allow for medium-density residential development in the Rosewood Park Concept Plan area. If there's anyone in the gallery who wishes to address council on either of these matters, I would ask you to indicate your interest at this time. There is no one, Your Worship.
Thank you, Mr. Clerk. I'll call the vote on first reading. All those in favor? Opposed? That's carried. Councillor Hawkins.
Thank you, Your Worship. I move, seconded by Councillor Bryce, that bylaws 2018-54 and 2018-56 be read a second time.
Any discussion? All those in favor? Opposed? That's carried.
Your Worship, I move, seconded by Councillor Stevens, that the Council hereby consents to bylaws 2018-54 and 2018-56 going to third reading at this meeting.
All those in favor? Opposed? That's carried unanimously.
Thank you, Your Worship. I move, seconded by Councillor Murray, that bylaws 2018-54 and 2018-56 be read a third time.
All those in favor? Opposed? It's carried. Thank you, Councillor Hawkins. We'll now move into delegation and related reports and motions. Our first delegation in this section is Paul Gingrich. Mr. Gingrich, if you could identify yourself, who you represent. You have 5 minutes for presentation, and there may be questions of members of council after.
Thank you. My name is Paul Gingrich. I'm a Regina resident, and I'm a research associate of the Canadian Centre for Policy Alternatives in Saskatchewan, CCPA's SK. Well, my effort to time myself, I see, didn't work very well.
I can time you, don't
So
worry.
my request is that the living wage report, the one EX 1823, be referred back for recalculation, study, and new recommendations following consultation with the CCPA Saskatchewan. I worked on the first living wage that was calculated in 2014, and was co-author of the one that the 16.95 per hour living wage comes from. In that, though, we pointed out fairly clearly that the Canada Child Benefit, which was being brought in 2016, would change the living wage. It would increase federal transfers to families and reduce what the living wage need be for the family to obtain income to meet expenses. So I was a little disappointed when the report from the city didn't include this recalculation or didn't even consider it or mention it. I also note that the report makes reference to the Living Wage for Families campaign, LWFC. It's a British Columbia organization. As far as I know, hasn't got anything to do with the CCPA in Saskatchewan. While its recommendations may be good, I don't think the city should be bound by any of the recommendations of that LWFC. So I decided I might as well try recalculating the living wage using updated data. So that's what you have on the table in table 1. And I won't go over the table except to say that once you, the costs for the family, living wage family, 2 parents and 2 children, the costs of the expenses they have to meet have increased, but the benefits from the federal government have also increased. So if you look at the lower right on the table, you'll see that federal and provincial transfers have increased more than doubled to close to $900 a month. And federal and provincial taxes have also decreased. So the total after-tax income is higher for the living wage family in 2018. But when you work it out in terms of what it means, because of the increased benefits, the living wage that I calculated is $15.98 an hour, about a dollar an hour lower than what the city report says. So that would reduce the cost of implementing the living wage. I should say that the numbers are not precise because I did this calculation in a hurry, but I can share the spreadsheet with the city, and you'll see notes on the final page saying how I did the calculation. And most of the things I think won't change much. So given the outdated information in the report, I urge Council to consider a number of possible options. One, that the city work with CCPA Saskatchewan to refine the methodology and the data to obtain a more precise estimate of the Regina living wage for 2018. That process could be continued in future years as costs and taxes and transfers change. Second possible option, the city could phase in a living wage. Other living wage employers have set target dates for instituting a living wage. For example, a city might set a target date of 2020 to introduce a living wage for all city employees. And the step implementation process is quite common in other places, and there are no national certification standards to achieve that.
You have about a minute left in your presentation.
Okay,
Mr.
for
Goodrich.
employees of the City of Regina contractors, the city could develop a plan concerning how many of these will be included, along with the target date for inclusion. For example, the city might work with contractors to ensure that all contractors employing more than 20 employees pay a living wage by 2021. That's just a possibility. And finally, since the city report is concerned with possible inequity among employees if a living wage is adopted, I suggest that as the city negotiates with the unions covering its employees, during those negotiations, the city present itself a proposal to implement the living wage and include that in negotiations. And there are many other possible options, and in conclusion, I just recommend that the city administration refer the report back for further consultation and updating. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Gingrich, for your presentation. Are there questions of the delegation? Well, actually we do. Councillor Stevens.
Thanks a lot,
Councillor
Paul.
Stevens.
Through the chair. In your research on living wage policies, what have you found in other jurisdictions that have actually administered them? So you've done a lot of work looking at the calculations and the science here in Regina. What do you know about the effects and spillover implications?
Well, I haven't done that much work on what you're asking about. I've mainly worked on the calculations, but I've looked at various cities across the country. And across the U.S. as well. There are a lot of living wage programs in place for municipalities, and if you look at the whole bunch of them, they're all over the place in terms of who they cover, how many employees they cover. Most of them are aimed at covering most of or all the full-time employees, and then many of the casual as well. But it seems like cities have negotiated these, what they think is a reasonable set of procedures that will work for that city. In terms of the effects, those are much debated, but the $15 an hour wage that's become a big push across North America has found some fairly positive effects. It's aimed at increasing the incomes of the lower middle income people. It's probably not going to end poverty, but it will increase the incomes of many of the lower middle income employees. Many of them have trouble meeting their daily needs or their monthly needs, and I think it would be a real boon to them. It's also probably a boon for the local economy because those people spend their incomes locally, and if you think of what somebody at a family at $50,000-$60,000 a year income is going to be spending it on, they're mostly spending on housing, food, daycare, clothing, and other local needs.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Stevens. There's no other questions. You can return to the gallery. Thank you very much for your presentation, and we'll now look to
Thank you.
do the main report, and this is the living wage from Executive Committee. Councillor Hawkins.
Thank you, Your Worship. It is the recommendation of the Executive Committee to this Council, one, that a living wage policy not be adopted by the City of Regina at this time. Two, that item MN 16.5 be removed from the list of outstanding items before City Council.
Seconder for that, please. Okay, Councillor Bryce, discussion.
Thank you, Your Worship. I'll just make several points coming out of the discussion at Executive Council. The first and central point is that all 1,800 of the full and part-time employees of the City of Regina receive more than the living wage. If you consider that number together with the casual and sessional employees, 86.5% of our employees receive more than the living wage. Secondly, the point was made that this kind of provision would exclude many outside contractors with the City of Regina, would prevent them from entering into the procurement process, which poses legal problems. Thirdly, the proper place to determine the wages of the employees of the City of Regina, the unionized employees, is through the collective bargaining process. And fourthly, there was a discussion about the uncertainties, the risk, the cost of adopting a living wage. And the example of Vancouver was pointed out, where the expenses of once the city adopted the living wage were substantially higher than were anticipated. The bottom line here is that the setting of minimum wage is a provincial responsibility. It makes sense in terms of economic terms to set an appropriate minimum wage for the province as a whole. Many people, and I say personally myself included, feel that the provincial minimum wage is too low, but the way to correct that is not through the distortions that a living wage would create. Thank you, Your Worship.
Thank you, Councillor Hawkins. Councillor Stevens.
Thank you very much for the delegation to come out this evening. We had a robust Q&A session a couple weeks ago with the delegation, the CFIB, as well as administration. I want to thank administration for their due diligence when it came to some of the analysis. Since that time, I've had a chance to speak with city councillors, HR directors, other staff, and read a litany of administrative reports from a series of municipalities that have instituted this. And the findings were actually quite interesting because they don't summon the concerns that were flagged in this report. And I think it's worthy of examination on what they said. So the Vancouver example was used as a comparison. The total cost of the living wage policy there was just over $1 million, and that includes partner organizations like the police and library. And just to be clear, this isn't a city that conducts about $300 million in third-party procurement practices with 4,000 vendors, where the living wage is $20 an hour, not $16 or $15, and where the operational budget is $1.4 billion. So by this estimate, Regina would cost more than Vancouver to institute a living wage, which raised some alarm bells. It's also part of a comprehensive health and anti-poverty strategy in that community, same or similar jurisdictional realm, and that's kind of the point. The city administration and the city itself becomes part of that conversation. And as this policy is phased in, I might add, Vancouver's administration did not identify any negative consequences from an HR or labor relations standpoint. And this was talked about in the report. And so I went to the source and I couldn't find any evidence that those problems actually manifested themselves. Looked at Port Coquitlam, smaller community. Their city council unanimously voted in favor of a living wage policy after a swell of support from community and despite administration's reservations, kind of the same thread. From there, the director of HR was tasked with examining the bottom line implications from salary costing to enforcement, and they were in a similar position where few city employees would benefit directly, same as the report from Regina. And what he said about the eventual wage impact is telling. He said, quote, "It was a drop in the bucket," and quote, "not a big deal to administer. Did it have an impact on taxes? Not at all. Did it create discord among labor organizations or individual employees, as suggested in the report? Not a blip. In fact, after implementation, it's hardly been a point of discussion with the unions, even though they advocated for it. There was even support at the vendor level with one exception. They even realized that it was worth moving some services in-house, saving costs, particularly cleaning. As the HR director in other communities has mentioned, as this report highlights, and Paul mentioned, is it a silver bullet? No. Is it in the wheelhouse of our jurisdiction and authority? Yes. And that's precisely why many community members have focused on municipalities. The spillover benefits in Ontario, if we look at Windsor, Essex exclusively, over 7,000 employees in that jurisdiction actually benefited directly from a living wage policy. So I think if we look at the impact here, some have said it's symbolic. That's true. There is inconsistency with the effects, but the catastrophe that has been predicted hasn't manifested in the last 25 years where living wage policies were actually instituted. So again, I do admire administration's rigor in its analysis, but I couldn't find any source of concern from an administrative, HR, or financial perspective in any of these communities. Another issue cited here was partner organizations like Evres. It's worth noting that Evres hires and employs a high proportion of Indigenous and newcomer workers in Regina. It's an important employer for many reasons. Those people certainly deserve, as the most marginalized groups in this community, a wage increase. And I might add that the actual cost of giving those individuals an increase would be less than the annual amount that we give to Evres since 2001.
You've got 1 minute left in your time.
Yes, thank you. A final point before I get to referral motion is that while we offer employees pension benefits and so on, it might be worth including here that a fraction of the workers that would actually be covered directly by the living wage policy actually pay into a civic pension plan. So we're talking about people that are doubly kind of excluded from these type of benefits. So I want to follow the CCPA Saskatchewan's route here and propose a referral motion that the report be referred back to administration for further study of the community and HR implications, and that the CCPA Saskatchewan be consulted as part of the process, and further that administration return to executive committee with a report in Q1 of 2019.
So we have the motion before us. All can read that. And any questions on points of clarification on that? For a motion is not debatable. So I'll call the question. Sorry, that's right. You do need a seconder. Councilor Massanelli, seconder. Okay. I'll call the question on the referral motion. All those in favor of the motion? Those opposed? Motion is defeated. Councilor Steve, you've got just a few seconds left if you want to speak again.
No, sir.
Okay, we will head off to Councilor O'Donnell. You're next.
Thanks. I want to explain how I looked at this and gave some consideration, and it was briefly referenced. So the first one is that within the city of Regina, we employ a lot of people, both full-time and casual. And when they come into our world, they have the opportunity to seek upgrading all the way through their career. And that is with much joy, I must say, that we have a lot of people that take advantage of that. And for a long time, we debated on this floor of council, not always me, but for 20-some years, we debated about the whole idea of a pension and how that would work. And we came to resolve a few years ago so that all of our employees are looked after from the time they start with us, upgrading throughout until they're finished with a pension. The idea was to look after them. And so I would say that we are an example, and I think that example is very worthwhile. In my travels in the last while and listening to across Canada and listening to the news of Saskatchewan, the notion of $15 an hour is kind of a movement. And I think you have to let that work its way through. I'm going to tell you a sad story. I was in San Antonio last week, came across a work site, big billboard. They stated all the reasons why the work site has to be safe and so on, and wages. Here are the wages. If you're a skilled laborer, think electrician or plumber, carpenter, and so on. The wages that had to be guaranteed were $7 to $9 an hour. Posted, and that's what it was, and right across the street was working. I find that rather sad. So the notion of the idea of a wage and $15 an hour seems to ring through with many people. I think we have to let that go through. I'm very proud of what we do at the City of Regina. I'll stand by the recommendation.
Thank you, Councilor O'Donnell. Councilor Young.
Thank you, Your Worship. this was one that I really gave quite a bit of thought to, because who could argue with the concept of having a living wage and being able to support your family and feed your family? But when you think about it, a single wage that we have before us, or that we had before us with this report, would not be a living wage for a single mother with 4 children, for instance. It wouldn't be a living wage for 2 parents working at lower paying jobs. Even with that living wage, they would still need the food bank. The food bank did a study some years ago, and that was one of the things that came forward, that even 2 hardworking parents with a family could not afford all that they needed to do, and they needed the services of the food bank. So in order for a living wage to work, people have to have what they need to be able to live. And that means government subsidies at the provincial and the federal level. So childcare, health, all kinds of other issues that people need to deal with in their life have to be covered by subsidies from the levels of government, and together then people may have a living wage. So you can't just have a figure and say that's a living wage, because for some people it's not. And then the last thing that I would mention is that there was a line in the report this evening that the Fraser Institute did a study about living wage, and that they found that sometimes when that comes into play in cities, that employers cut the jobs or they cut the hours. And we all know that when you cut hours, you're not eligible for some of the benefits that a full-time worker would be eligible for. So I don't think this is the answer. I think we need an answer. And if we weren't paying 86.5% of all of our employees over and above a living wage, I might have something different to say about this. So that's why I did not vote for it last time. And I still think that we need to do something about this, but I think all levels of government need to work together to do it.
Thank you, Councillor Young. Other speakers to the report? Councillor Hawkins, if you could take the chair. Thank you, Mr. Deputy Mayor. I have just a few comments to make, and I support the comments by Councillor O'Donnell and Councillor Young. Just to add a few that during the Executive Committee report, we heard a lot of discussion. Peter Gilmer, in particular, was quite eloquent and impassioned in his comments about the need for an anti-poverty strategy, a need for compassion for those who are below minimum wage. All very, very compelling. The only comment I would make, and I made it at Executive, and I'll make it again tonight, is that the subject of an anti-poverty strategy, of social services and a living wage, is more properly addressed with the provincial government that deals with minimum wage, and the federal government that deals with, along with the province, transfers, as Councillor Young just mentioned, that do support those who are on the border in terms of being in poverty. So I think that's the conversation is more rightly at that level of government, not here. But that being said, those who come to City Hall come here because we're easy to talk to. It's not difficult to come and talk about issues of concern that typically are outside of the jurisdiction of the city. And I believe setting minimum wages or hourly wages is beyond the scope of this council. The other part I'd like to just emphasize is the collective agreement is how all of our wages are determined. Those even below the living wage, a small percentage that are below that, are done through collective bargaining agreement. Not arbitrarily done by this council, by this administration. Freely entered into. Very much higher than the current minimum wage as well. So couple that with Councillor O'Donnell's discussion about the very easy way to move up the system in terms of education in your system and getting new positions. All are a compelling issue related to a dynamic workforce that takes care of its people with a strong minimum wage. The last part I would mention is just the issue of procurement. And it wasn't raised that in much detail at Executive Committee. But the view I hold is that we could be in trouble if we begin to put a standard on companies that would be bidding on work in Regina where no one else has has this kind of a trailer on a contract to be won, and that may be difficult for us as well. So procurement becomes difficult for us, and that's the unintended consequence of what could happen here. So I believe very strongly that the discussion by the delegation tonight and an executive were very strong, very powerful, ought to be directed to the provincial government as part of a poverty strategy. Thank you. See, there's no further questions, and Councillor Hawkins won't close debate. I'll call the question on the report. All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. Now we'll move on to the next delegation. Stu Niebergall from the Home Builders Association. Mr. Niebergall, if you can identify yourself for the record, who you represent. You have 5 minutes for your presentation, and there may be questions afterwards.
Great. Stu Niebergall, the CEO of the Regina and Region Home Builders Association. We are pleased to see the Water Master Plan, as it is critical for the future growth and quality of living in our great city. As has been said by several city councillors and the mayor, delivering high-quality water is one of the most important services that the city provides its citizens. As the Water Master Plan was presented to the Public Works and Infrastructure Committee, the Regina and Region Home Builders Association raised concerns. The original presentation in July of 2017 was $777 million. The October 2018 update was $1.05 billion, an increase of $279 million, or 36%. We were concerned that such a significant change and the backup to support the increase. We were pleased Curtis Downey, Manager of Water and Sewer Engineering Branch, and Pat Wilson, the Director of Waterworks Service, responded so quickly to our request for additional insight into such a significant change. They immediately created time for our industry representatives to meet with their team and provide straightforward documentation to aid us in the understanding of these changes. We often come to council to challenge the conventional wisdom or items we feel will cause more harm than benefit. At the same time, it is important when the administration does good work, we also publicly acknowledge them. Although there are technical applications of the Water Master Plan our industry will need to pay close attention to as we all move forward, we can say with confidence that we support the principles and approach of the Water Master Plan that takes us to 2043. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Niebergall, for your presentation. Are there questions of the delegation? Yes, there are. Councillor Stevens.
Through the chair, Stu, I wonder if you could provide some insight on what the concerns specifically might have been in terms of the cost inflation. Was it you just didn't know what was included there? Are you worried about, as an industry representative, that there would then be additional costs to SAFs, et cetera?
Yeah, so initially, going back to July 2017, we saw a plan that was very well laid out, that hit a growth pattern that we thought was very reasonable, et cetera, and it added up to $777 million. As that came through this year to Public Works, what we saw there was, again, a very significant price tag change, and we didn't understand the changes. And maybe some of that was on us, as some of the reporting came through, that we should have picked up on a few of these nuances, but they were, more significant nuances. And so again, I think this is hopefully a learning for both organizations, that good communication and collaboration around the information is always very, very helpful.
Great, thank you. Through the chair, in addition to the costing, and from an industry perspective, those who are part of building Regina, are there other issues from infrastructure, the actual availability of water, that you believe we should be paying attention to or ask questions about?
I think the Water Master Plan, as they presented to the Public Works Committee, and that we saw in July 17, I mean, I think it accomplishes what we need to achieve the goals of a population of 300,000 as the OCP takes us forward, and ensures that Reginians who are here today and our newcomers to our community can count on that delivery. And that comes at a cost. Our concern is always, isn't that stuff necessarily always cost too much, but that it costs the right amount and that we're getting the best value for that investment as a community and as an industry.
Perfect. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Stevens. Other questions of the delegation? Thank you very much. You can return to the gallery, and we'll now move to the main report. Councillor Bryce on the Water Master Plan.
Thank you. I bring forward CR 18-100. This is the Water Master Plan. I move the following recommendations: that City Council approve the Water Master Plan and authorize the use of the Water Master Plan as a guide for the future water-related decisions and actions. And number 2, that the administration provide a progress report regarding implementation of the Water Master Plan to Public Works and Infrastructure in 2021. So what we're looking at today is planning for the future. We're looking 25 years out and what we're going to need to provide safe water today and into the future. This sets out a plan so that we continue to have safe drinking water for the citizens of Regina today and moving forward. We don't want infrastructure problems like we have in our residential streets, so we have to plan for things like water. Providing safe water is one of the first things that we as a city need to do, and I think this needs to be number 1 on our plan. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Price. Could I have a seconder for the, please? Councillor Young, okay. Before I turn over for questions or comments from the from members of council, I'd ask the administration, Ms. Gizmo, if you have any contextual comments you want to make or background on the report itself. It's quite substantial and a very rigorous report.
Yes, through your worship. Councillor Bryce has done a really good job explaining. The Water Master Plan has been developed to provide guidance for future water-related decisions and actions to ensure that our water service will be maintained or improved, have improved level of service. It will reduce our risks and vulnerabilities, and it'll accommodate growth in the city. It's not necessarily a commitment to future investment, but will help inform and guide decisions made by administration and council, especially during things like our rate review, annual business planning, and during our budget processes.
Great, thank you very much for that. Questions or comments from members of council? Councillor Hawkins.
Thank you very much, Your Worship. I appreciated very much this report. I appreciated the fact that we are planning for the future to provide clean, safe drinking water for the citizens of Regina. We are providing for the sources of funding. There is simply nothing more important that this council could do for future generations and to make sure that our drinking water is safe and clean and will cause no illness. I have one question for the administration. On page 43 of the report, you put out a 10-year water capital investment program and a 25-year water capital investment program. You indicate that for new regulations and environmental protection, the investment over 10 years will be 0.4%, a very small investment, and over a 25-year, 0.2%. I'd like to ask the administration what they feel will need to be done moving into the future in environmental terms to make sure that we can provide this clean water in the most environmentally safe and effective method possible. What do they foresee on the horizon for ensuring environmental concerns are met with respect to the provision of water?
Ms. Gizmo.
Through your worship, I'm going to ask Mr. Doney if he could provide some response to that.
Donny, please.
Excuse me, I will start and Ms. Wilson might add. So environmental concerns that we are looking at include upgrading our pump stations so that the pumps that we put in there have less greenhouse gases and are more energy efficient. Also looking at renewing our underground infrastructure with new pipes and relined pipes. And also working with Buffalo Pound Corporation as they work with the Water Security Agency to make sure that our water supply is safe and secure and the source water is protected, which is regulated by the Water Security Agency. Ms. Wilson might have a bit more to add.
Ms. Wilson?
Through the chair, one of the points that I would make is that this is a highly regulated industry, so some of the things that might be thought of as related to environmental may appear under regulatory category when we think of them and we categorize them in terms of our funding. So as Mr. Doney said, we are always, as we work through projects and as we look at options for projects, we're always looking at ways to reduce our footprint and to be better environmental stewards. Our other services, wastewater and storm drainage, tend to have a larger component that might fall under environmental protection.
Thank you, Your Worship. I'd like to follow up on that. Is any consideration being given to the idea, especially that we're looking on a 25-year horizon, that in new subdivisions we should be looking at the provision of gray water systems so that we're not processing water to the standard of drinking and then using it, for example, to water lawns or on wastewater? Have we gone out and looked at that kind of possibility going out into the next quarter century?
Mr. Doney?
I'll provide a response, and Ms. Wilson may also add to it. So with respect to gray water, we have not considered that from a system perspective. We would encourage it from an individual home perspective if they wanted to collect rainwater to use on their lawns or to reduce the peak amount of water that they use, but we have not considered that from an overall system perspective with the City of Regina. We currently have a water, a wastewater, and a drainage system that we're looking at. Ms. Wilson may have a bit more to add.
Ms. Wilson?
Through the chair, one of the challenges with gray water is we don't currently have this would fall under the province to establish a set of standards and rules around gray water use. Some things aren't currently permitted. We do monitor what is going on in the industry. One of the challenges for gray water, as Mr. Doney said, we typically would look at gray water being provided or being managed within a household as a small system. For us to manage it, would require an entirely additional set of pipes in the ground, and right now that is prohibitive. So it's something that we're certainly interested in what may come in the future, and there may be technology jumps or changes in approach that can make it much more feasible for us to manage a system like that. So we monitor for it, but it is not currently part of our plan.
Thank you, Your Worship. One further question on this environmental point. We have to transport our water a long way from Buffalo Pound, 60 kilometers. We use a lot of electricity to do that. What steps are being taken to use more wind and solar power electricity to reduce our electrical consumption that's generated through fossil fuels in terms of providing safe water for the city?
Mr. Doney?
Through you, Your Worship. So right now we buy our electricity from SAS Power, and so the initiatives that SAS Power puts forward to have more solar or wind would trickle down to the City of Regina as we purchase our electricity from them.
Your Worship, my concern is this. This is a 25-year horizon. We're not really planning for better environmental considerations in terms of providing our safe water. We're saying, well, it's up to regulatory agencies in the province. We have to put more pipes in the ground. Those are all things problems we're going to have to deal with if we want to plan in an environmentally sound way in terms of bringing water to Regina, in terms of getting rid of gray water. So I'm going to vote for the approval of this proposal, but I want to say that in terms of environmental stewardship, it's not very ambitious. In fact, it's very unimaginative, and I think, and I want to urge our water utility to start thinking of not just how we maintain what we're doing environmentally, but how we push the envelope a bit and how we provide safe drinking water in a more environmentally effective way. We're going to talk about the environment, Your Worship, a lot tonight. I think that the need to bring imagination, the need to push the envelope is illustrated in terms of providing safe drinking water for the citizens of Regina. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor Hawkins. Councillor Young.
I'm really happy to see the master plan it's been talked about a lot, and now it's here, and it's looking at the future. One of the things that I would mention is that it's dealing with the very basic thing of giving you reliable utility service. And if you will recall the number of water breaks we had here just in this last year, and the report tells us that of the $25 million this year in capital funding for waterworks, 21.5 million went toward loss of service and having to put pipes back in service. And so having that taken care of is going to be able to then let us talk about conservation of water and use of wastewater. So I think we have to get the bottom line in place first, which is not to have loss of service and not to waste that water and not to have people go without water for several days because we have 50 or 60 water breaks all at the same time. And that has happened this year. So I like the fact that it's taking care of business that has to be taken care of. At the same time, we want to look to the future. But I think this is a good goal to start with.
Thank you, Councillor Young. Councillor O'Donnell.
Thanks very much. Enjoyed the report. I have a number of questions. The first one is, in the last while, have we ever measured our water against any other community, say in Western Canada? Have we ever entered a competition or anything like that? And if so, was there any results?
Mr. Doney? It's a setup question.
Through your worship, we're fortunate to enter our water into a taste contest with Western Canada water communities, and in 2016, I think it was, we were successful in winning that award of having the best tasting water in Western Canada.
Okay, so there's a benchmark. Pat, did you going to add to that? No, okay. So I want to ask about water pressure. And I'm obviously going to lead into the eastern pressure zone and what that means and so on. But let's say for now, we didn't develop any more places around Regina, but we developed a lot inside Regina. Would I have to worry about water pressure?
Mr. Doney?
Through you, your worship, if we did not develop any more within the city of Regina, the water pressure would be adequate within the city of Regina, even during the peak summer demand. So
Good.
That's the time where we have a little bit of pressure deficiencies.
Gotcha. So when we look at a need for another pressure zone, eastern is what's oft referenced, is that because of maybe some industrial growth, or is that because of beyond 300,000? Could you give me a benchmark for what that means?
Mr. Doney?
Through your worship, as we continue to grow, we will need to build an eastern pressure solution, and that is due to the growth, not necessarily in a certain area of the city, but just as our city, that circle gets bigger, we need to have bigger pumps to push that water around.
Okay, thanks for that. Reference is made in here about aquifers, so my overall series of questions are: one, how many aquifers? Two, how often do we use them, and what are we doing to kind of either preserve or look after them? Aquifers.
Mr. Doney?
Through your worship, so our aquifers right now is where we get our groundwater from, and they're only used for emergency basis. Our supply of drinking water comes from Buffalo Pound. I'm going to go by memory a little bit. I believe we have 2 aquifers in the northwest part of the city, and they have different sensitivities. And so if the aquifer is in a high sensitivity, we have to ensure that any building that occurs there is done in a manner that protects the aquifers, and that we monitor any activities around those aquifers.
So do we test the aquifers regularly so that we know the quality of water that's coming out of them?
Mr. Doney?
Through you, your worship, we do test the groundwater that comes from our groundwater wells.
Good, thanks for that. So I'll tell you that when I looked at this first, I found it awkward, perhaps. We're talking about all the water that comes in, but we're not talking about all the water that goes out and how to handle that. So we chose to just talk about water. So what's the next phase? So when do we talk about sewer and all the other things that go along with that?
Mr. Gizmo?
Your Worship, you are correct. This is just a water master plan. Currently, work is being undertaken to renew the wastewater master plan. It's expected to be in front of council later next year. Following that, we'll look at a time frame for renewing the stormwater master plan. So there are 3 different systems, and each will have their own independent master plan.
Okay, good. I'm good now.
Thank you, Councillor Donald. Councillor Murray.
A quick question for Ms. Wilson about the prohibitive regulatory framework around greywater systems. So for some clarity, is that framework for us as a municipality specifically, or if a developer were to come forward with a district solution for their new development, are they also under the same framework?
Ms. Wilson.
Through the chair, I don't have a great deal of information about grey water. My understanding is that anything that does come forward would have to conform to provincial regulations. I'm not well informed on those regulations, but we certainly could undertake to bring back some information if council desired it.
Well, that's a list of things to talk to the province with. Thanks.
Thank you, Councillor Murray. Councillor Bresciani.
Thank you, Your Worship. So I too was happy to see this come to committee. This is the water master plan is critical to our city. And I mean, when we talk about our water, yes, we heard about the award that we got. We just took a tour out at the Buffalo Pound treatment, water treatment there, and you know, to see what the water is like and what we get. I mean, they do wonderful, and they do a wonderful job. One of the things, though, that I think is very important that I really appreciated in here is it's a 25-year, but it actually breaks it down for the proposed water capital plan, which I think is it's very important. Yes, it's a plan. I understand that. But with the infrastructure that we've seen in our city that we have not been able to look after, I am happy to see that we will now be looking after our infrastructure, our capital in that way, from the construction to the maintenance. So I want to say a thank you to city staff for doing this. And I think, again, it's a plan, it's a living document, but it gives us a guideline how we're going to move our city forward to ensure that we have the most important resource, which is water. So thank you for that.
Thank you, Councillor Bresciani. I have a couple of quick questions for the administration. One of them is references made by Mr. Niebergall about the change in the costing. And I don't think I recall hearing the reasons why it went about a 36% increase from the original or previous statement of 777 million up to $1 billion. Ms. Gizmo?
Through your worship, when the presentation was made to the Home Builders Association back in 2017, we were working off of a draft of a plan at the time, and the information that was included in that plan had a slightly different planning horizon. I believe it, I don't have the dates in front of me, but it was a shorter time frame. This plan has since extended the full 25-year plan. With that comes some additional projects that are introduced. Addition to that, there were a number of projects, one being the supply lines that came from Buffalo Pound. There was an opportunity with the bypass project this year to take a look at those pipes and do an assessment on them. And that assessment showed us that those pipes are aging quicker than we had anticipated. So the planning for renewal of those would be moved up into the planning cycle. And there was a couple other similar changes that were added to the planning horizon, which affected the costs.
And one other question, and I know this is a living document that things can change, but has the administration considered the protein supercluster that was announced recently by the federal government and the private sector, which would be looking for a substantial amount of water for protein for export, of course, and the value-added products that go from that could affect the treatment plant of Buffalo Pound as well as a source to the facility. Any thoughts on that?
Through your worship, I'll start and then I'll perhaps have Ms. Wilson add. The plan that you have in front of you is based on the planning horizon as described in the OCP. New industrial growth, such as that being proposed through the supercluster, isn't fully anticipated in this plan. The plan is reviewed internally every year, and then on a 5-year, a more formal review is done and brought back. But it is on our radar. We do know and anticipate the changes it might bring, and it's something that we can consider as we learn more information. I'll have Ms. Wilson add anything she might.
Ms. Wilson.
Through the chair, Ms. Gizmo is absolutely correct. One of the things, as we need to expand, as we have additional draws on the water, that might advance the time when we need to expand capacity at Buffalo Pound. Right now, we have more than ample supply for almost every day in the year. During the peak of summer, we do have the occasional day where we're drawing more water, or where we're using more water than we can draw from Buffalo Pound, but our reservoirs allow us to manage that. The reservoirs are still there. They'll allow us to manage those peaks, and there are some tactics that we can use to manage that would allow us the time we would need to do an expansion that could address those kinds of needs.
Good. Thank you for that. No other speakers. Councillor Bryce, do you want to close debate? We've all had a chance to speak. I'll raise a question. All those in favor? Opposed? That's carried. We'll move into our next discussion. We have a number of delegations related to the motion on Make Regina a Renewable City. We'll begin with the first delegation, Brian Brunskill. Mr. Brunskill, if you could identify yourself for the record. You have 5 minutes for your presentation, and there may be questions from members of council afterwards.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor and councillors. It's a pleasure to be here. My name is Brian Brunskill. I'm a citizen, of course, and I'm associated with the Regina Blue Dot movement. I'd like to thank you for allowing me to speak to the motion, Make Regina a Renewable City. As you know, over 80% of Canadians now live in urban environments, and collectively we are responsible for a relatively large proportion of greenhouse gas emissions. So if we want to reduce our emissions in significant ways, cities like Regina must play a role in achieving this goal. I've worked as a geologist in the oil industry since 1985. This industry is very mature and well established in Saskatchewan and has contributed significantly to our economy, in spite of the fact that head offices of most oil companies do not even reside in our province. I suspect that even if there were another boom or a significant discovery in hydrocarbons, there would be very few new employment opportunities in Regina from that. We do, however, have abundant business opportunities in the renewable energy sector. When I looked at a solar intensity map of Canada recently and saw that southwest Saskatchewan, including Regina, has the greatest solar power generation potential in the country, I was excited, as are many advocates here tonight, including those already making a living in this industry. Solar installation in Regina is a growth industry. Others will speak to the solar power industry potential here, but I'd like to speak to you about another industry with great potential, our geothermal energy resource. The type of geothermal energy I'm referring to comes from an aquifer that lies 2 kilometers beneath our city. In 1980, the University of Regina drilled a geothermal test well to this aquifer. Their intention was to use the heat recovered in a new gymnasium complex and demonstrate how geothermal energy can be utilized in Saskatchewan, and Canada for that matter. Although the project was eventually abandoned, we learned everything we need to know about this aquifer and the reliable development of this resource in the greater Regina area. This technology is not new. Since the 1960s, many European countries have installed these types of geothermal heating systems in conjunction with district heating infrastructure. I was actually present during the drilling of part of a geothermal system in Holland in 2010. Although the water is not hot enough at Regina to generate electricity, it can be used very efficiently in direct heating applications, replacing the use of natural gas. As a radiant heat source in new homes, a single geothermal system has the potential to provide base load heating to about 700,000 square feet of space. That's enough to heat roughly 500 houses, or homes, each being about 1,400 square feet in size. One system could provide most of the heating required for an entire new subdivision. And with geothermal energy, there are no direct emissions of greenhouse gases. Residual heat from the system could also be used to keep sidewalks snow and ice free. So there are several alternative energy sources that we can use to heat our homes and our buildings and to power our machines and even our cars. And as you will see from other presentations tonight, and from your own internal work, we have many tools at our disposal. But we have to move up the momentum. Today, with this motion, we can establish our intention and commitment to move toward a low-carbon future. The business-as-usual scenario is a trap that will not only commit our children to the consequences of unmitigated climate change, but potentially exclude many of them from taking advantage and being part of this shift in energy sourcing, this opportunity. As a geoscientist, I believe the scientific evidence about the impacts of climate change and that we can do something about it right here in Regina. And as a business person, I want to be part of that approaching new low-carbon economy. I want to acknowledge that our city has already made a commitment to sustainability, is encouraging green building design and the use of alternative energy sources to reduce the production of greenhouse gases. And as a citizen of Regina, I'm very proud of these efforts. Naysayers have a tendency to groan and will say we are so small, our efforts can't make a difference. I believe, as an individual, I am responsible for my actions, and I am also responsible for my non-actions, even while in the embrace of denial.
You have about half a minute to go.
I say the timing of this is as a business and employment opportunity. Our innovative actions now will lead to even greater innovation as we proceed. We've been well informed of the consequences of doing nothing. It's been said that we are continually faced with great opportunities which are brilliantly disguised as unsolvable problems. So I'd ask you to pass this motion and make Regina a renewable city. We need your leadership and your commitment to move our community towards that low-carbon economy. And we're here to help. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Right on time. Thank you very much for that. If there's any questions?
I practiced once.
I see you have. I would ask that I know we're all very positive here. This is good news and positive statements, but please refrain from participating from the gallery. There are questions. Councillor O'Donnell.
Thanks. Evening. Thanks for coming. We'll make this a teaching moment, if not for nobody else, but at least me. I want to understand a little bit more about geothermal because I know nothing other than I remember what the university did a little bit and toured it a little bit. So let's just look at it from what you were kind of proposing. If there's I'll call it a shaft dug, and it can house these, look after X number of houses. Can you describe to me how that would work? So what if one of the subdivisions became one of these pilot projects? Tell me how that works.
Well, my background is drilling oil wells, so the technology on that side is very straightforward.
Yep.
Most oil wells produce water now, so we're used to pumping water.
Yep.
At the surface, there would be a distribution hub, maybe like a manifold, where you would have a district heating system, where you would have one central heating plant, and the heat would be distributed through plumbing in the ground, much like other utilities. These kinds of utilities would be installed. This infrastructure would be installed at the same time sewer and water would be installed, that kind of thing. It's really just pumping hot water around.
Okay.
Very simple technology.
Okay, so earlier we kind of talked about having water come in. Now, is there a cycle that returns it back down?
Yes, there's actually two wells. There's a source well, and there's a disposal well. So these two wells would be located at a convenient surface location, side by side.
Yep.
But they would be drilled directionally. So when they actually intersected the aquifer 2 kilometers beneath us, they would probably be 1.5 kilometers distant from each other.
Okay.
So one well, the source well would pump water to the surface and extract the heat out of it, and put it back down the disposal well, which would re-enter the same aquifer 1.5 kilometers away. And it would just naturally flow back towards that source well and be reheated by the mass of the rock and the hot water that's there.
So there's a cycle here.
It's a loop, yeah.
Yeah, and very little waste, I gather.
Very little waste.
Yeah.
No, it's hot water transfer is very efficient.
Okay.
Much more efficient than combustion.
Okay. Based on any knowledge that you have, cost compared to, I'm not sure what, solar or what we're doing now.
Well, we haven't actually done this in Canada yet.
Okay.
So I've made estimates on drilling costs and some surface completion costs. It's expensive, and because it displaces the use of natural gas, the business case is not strong because natural gas is so inexpensive.
Yes.
Having said that, if there's a desire to reduce carbon dioxide emissions, then that value must be also included.
Okay.
And that's a little bit subjective right now, but that's the direction we're heading.
Okay. Good. You've helped me. Thanks.
You're welcome.
Thank you, Councillor O'Donnell. Other questions of the delegation? Councilor Massanelli.
Thank you. Through you, Mr. Chair. You piqued my curiosity with that last statement about the cost behind it and natural gas being a little bit cheaper to operate.
Yeah.
Is this something, if a carbon tax was introduced, it would be more desirable if all of a sudden natural gas had an extra cost behind it from a tax?
Well, it would raise the price of natural gas.
Yeah.
There would be the intrinsic price of the gas plus the price of the carbon into it.
Yeah.
So if that would change the business case, yes.
So I guess that's where we're going in the future and where things seem to be leading. So, thank you.
Well, I like to think so.
Thank you, Councilor Massanelli. If you have no other questions, you can return to the gallery.
Okay.
Thank you very much for answering questions and presenting. Next delegation is Stephen Hall. Mr. Hall, if you could identify yourself for the record as well, and who you represent, you as well have 5 minutes for your presentation.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Mr. Mayor and councillors, my name is Stephen Hall. I'm here today with my wife, Lori, and my daughters, Amelia, age 12, and Penelope, age 9, and I'm here to speak to the motion, Make Regina a Renewable City, which reflects a commitment to make Regina 100% renewable by 2050. That gives us about 32 years to make the changes required to achieve that goal. And over that 32-year period, there will be many obstacles, and some people will focus exclusively on those obstacles. But it's important to remember that nothing great has been achieved by letting obstacles get in the way of achieving a goal. Quite the opposite. I first came to Regina in 1986 when I was 25. Coincidentally, that was 32 years ago. And in that 32-year period, the world has changed dramatically. We've seen the development of the internet, cell phones, GPS technologies, digital photography, voice recognition, robotic technologies, machine learning, artificial intelligence, blockchain, and the list goes on. All of these innovations were driven by opportunities associated with overcoming obstacles. Simply put, without obstacles, there is no innovation. Necessity really is the mother of invention. So today I want to focus on the opportunities presented by the challenge of making Regina 100% renewable by 2050 and how achieving that goal will provide great benefits for our city and, most importantly, for its young citizens like my children. Our family is already experiencing one of the benefits connected to renewable energy because for the last 4 years we've produced over 80% of our home's electricity using solar power, which is currently saving us about $20 a month. We're saving money with solar. And every time the cost of electricity rises, our savings also increase. This saving became possible because in the last decade, the capital cost associated with solar has dropped by 80%, and it continues to drop. When we installed our system 4 years ago, the cost per installed watt was close to $3. Today, the same system would cost about $2 per installed watt, a savings of over 30%. Solar is also a job creator. My family's solar system took 25 person days to install. That's 3.25 person days for every kilowatt of installed power. For Regina's entire rooftop market, that translates into 65 person years for every 1% of penetration. And employment opportunities associated with renewables aren't restricted to solar. There are tremendous opportunities associated with wind power, electricity management systems, efficiency applications, microgrid technologies, geothermal, and the list goes on. Regina is the #1 major municipality for PV solar potential in Canada. And southern Saskatchewan has some of the best wind resources in North America. Furthermore, our provincial government has committed to making Saskatchewan a hotbed of innovation and a champion of small businesses and entrepreneurs. We've seen great growth in this area, along with the emergence of innovative business development drivers like the Connexus Startup Incubator, PATH, and Audacity. Why not grab the mantle of this opportunity and make Regina a centre of excellence for renewable energy? Is there a better place in all of Canada than Regina to be the epicenter of renewable energy innovation? I'm not the only business person who sees opportunities associated with renewable technologies. In fact, the top finding in the recent Regina Executive Leadership Outlook report from Economic Development Regina found that, quote, 1/3 of respondents indicated entrepreneurs will be the leaders of environmental sustainability and green energy production due to an increase in entrepreneurialism and small business combined with affordability of renewable energy sources, end quote. The opportunities associated with making Regina 100% renewable far outweigh the obstacles. In fact, like most innovative challenges, the opportunities are there because of the obstacles. Let's embrace those opportunities, let's be audacious, and let's continue to work together to make Regina a great place for our children to live, work, and play with clean air, good jobs, and the knowledge that in 2018, their parents made the bold choice to secure their future by making Regina 100% renewable by 2050. We can do this. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your presentation. Other questions of the delegation? Councillor O'Donnell.
Good evening. Nice to see you again. Let's talk a little bit about solar first. So there takes an investment. So what would you say the payback period is now or looking into the near future?
Well, the payback for my system calculated based on the cost that we paid, which is after the rebate we got from SAS Power,
right,
is 15 years.
Okay.
But the interesting thing I always like to point out is that we're actually saving money now, and that includes capital cost repayment. And when it comes to making that kind of a decision about an investment, having electricity for my family is not really something I get to choose. We need to provide electricity. So I'm able to provide electricity now at a cost that's $20 less than I used to, and that includes capital cost repayment for my system that's calculated at 4%. But the actual payback, when my system is completely paid off and I'm effectively producing 80% of my electricity for free, is 15 years. But again, that cost has come down significantly because the cost of installation and the capital cost associated with it has dropped by about 30% since I put my system in.
How many years ago did you put yours in?
4 years.
4 years ago. Is there any economies of scale here? So you did one house. What if I did 4 large buildings or something like that? Is there economies of scale here?
Yeah, there absolutely are. And in fact, if we look to Australia, which is where I grew up, and I still have strong connections there, and you look at how solar has penetrated that national market, the cost per installed watt has dropped to now somewhere around $1.50 an installed watt. And I would ascribe that primarily to economies of scale, where the amount of solar being installed and the size of the companies that are doing that, and the amount that they can buy in bulk and so on, has really driven that penetration.
Thanks. It looks to me that in somewhat of a nearer future, there will be more electric vehicles on the road, which has an impact on the overall grid and all that kind of stuff. Do you have any thoughts on impact and how that can be perhaps handled?
Yeah, I have lots of thoughts about that. It's absolutely on the horizon. Every major car company has invested billions in electric cars, EVs. Volvo, for instance, has said that by 2019 it won't make a vehicle without an electric motor in it. Other car companies are right on its heels. Tesla is the company that gets all the attention, but every other company, including GM, has committed to a solar future. In fact, the GM CEO, I guess, Mary Barra, has said last year that GM is committed to an all-electric future. Serving that need is definitely going to be something that requires the electrification of our city, and serving that need is going to require new forms of electrical generation. And I'm a proponent of what's called a distributed grid that will allow not just SAS Power to participate in the electrification of the grid, but also people like myself as something that's called DER, Distributed Energy Resources.
And maybe the City of Regina.
And absolutely the City of Regina. Yes.
Good. Thanks for bringing the kids tonight.
Thank you, Councillor Donald. Any other questions from the delegation? Okay. Your perfectly clear in your presentation. Thank you so much.
Thank
we
you.
return to the gallery. And we move on to our next delegation, Jared Clark. Mr. Clark, if you could identify yourself as well, who you represent, you as well have 5 minutes for your presentation.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Good evening, Mr. Mayor and City Councilors. My name is Jared Clark, and I'm here to represent myself. It is an honor to be here today to share my support for the motion before you to make Regina 100% renewable by 2050. I was born and raised here in the Queen City, attended Ethel Milliken School, Sheldon Williams Collegiate, and even the University of Regina twice. I worked as a park naturalist at Wascana Center for 8 summers, and for the last 4 years, I have taught grade 6, 7 at Lakeview School. My parents live here, my sister and their families live here. Regina is a very special place to me. Now, a year ago, I had the opportunity to travel to Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania, and participate in the Climate Reality Leadership Training Corps for a 3-day convention. I learned from 7 world-class scientists who talked about climate change and the impacts they are seeing in their different research ideas. I came back to Saskatchewan excited to talk about climate change and push for bold climate action, and that's exactly what I have done. In the last year, I have presented on the climate crisis here in Regina at various places, including the Royal Saskatchewan Museum, at the Queensbury Convention Centre, at Sheldon Williams Collegiate, and at Luther College, to name a few. I presented in Fort Capel, Edenwald, Indian Head, Balgony, White City, and even made it up to Saskatoon at TCU Place. I've spoken to over 2,000 people now, and you know what I hear over and over again? Is that people are scared of what climate change looks like in our future. They can see it now, and they can feel it. And you know who else is scared about climate change? Kids, like my students. Because kids have this amazing ability to cut through the political mumbo-jumbo and just look at the evidence. With their own eyes, they can see the images of the 40% Arctic sea ice loss that we have seen since 1970. With their own eyes, they can see the streets of Miami flooding during high tides today because of rising sea levels. With their own eyes, they can see here in Regina the driest 15-month period on record in 130 years since we started recording precipitation. And they can see with their own eyes half of the Great Barrier Reef that has died in the last 2 years because of coral bleaching. They can smell the acrid smoke that blankets Saskatchewan with increasing frequency each summer now due to forest fires in the north. They know it's happening. They know it is real. But you know, I don't teach my students about climate change because I want them to be scared. I teach them about the reality that we're facing, but I teach them that there is hope. As we have every solution today to solve the climate crisis. In fact, 2 weeks ago, I had the opportunity to accompany my students with Stephen Hall, who you just heard from, to Cowess's First Nation Renewable Energy Facility on the edge of Regina. On the edge of Regina, we have the future of clean, renewable energy production with a wind-solar battery facility, the first of its kind in Canada, being led by Cowess's First Nation. You know what the kids saw that day with their own eyes? Hope. They saw that we have the technology to fight the climate crisis. We're here today about something bigger than a simple motion before you. This is truly a historic moment for the city of Regina. And I stand here on behalf of my students, on my own 2 children, and for all the Regina citizens, and ask you to be leaders today. We need you to give hope to our children, to the next generation. Don't send them the message today that their future isn't worth the fight. And that will be the message you send if this motion does not pass today. Today, we need you to lead us into the future where the city does its part to fight climate change. As you know, the IPCC report that came out 3 weeks ago has given us 12 years to enact deep cuts to global emissions. Because if we don't, well, I'm afraid of what our children's future looks like. So I urge you to be bold and fearless today and pass this motion to make Regina 100% renewable. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your presentation. Are there questions from members of council? So you're pretty clear in your presentation.
Thank you.
Well done. Thank you very much. You can return to the gallery, and we'll move to Dr. Garth Pickard, please. We have the clerk will pick those up. Mr. Pickard, if you can identify yourself, who you represent. You have 5 minutes for
Well, it's great.
presentation.
I'm Garth Pickard, and I represent the United Nations University Regional Center of Expertise on Education, Training, and Research on Sustainability. This organization has been approved by the United Nations in 2008, and it engages the Universities of Saskatchewan, U of R, Polytechnique, all the regionals, of course the ministries and whatever in relationship to that. I'm handing out a handout, and I'll refer to that at the very end of my presentation. Jared talked about hope just now, and I look at you people and I see hope. That's exactly what I see. This evening, the City Council will vote on the proposed renewable city strategy, which would provide a roadmap for fueling our city 100% through renewable energy sources by 2050. Like a fishbowl, and I consider Regina as a fishbowl for the world to see. The city has the opportunity to demonstrate that it understands the importance of sustaining the economic and physical health and well-being of all its citizens over the long term by moving forward with a renewable energy plan that benefits all. Why is it important? For one, it's a huge economic opportunity. The Renewable City Strategy motion being put forward has the potential to become a staple of Regina's and Saskatchewan's economy alongside crucial staples like potash and agriculture. Experts have predicted that by 2030, there will be as many as 24 million jobs worldwide in renewable energy. There are already almost 10 million. Shouldn't we be the forefront of this action? And the research is there to prove that. Plus, we are a home to a university, a polytechnique, numerous strong economic development engines, and the home base of the provincial government. Local organizations like Economic Development Regina, the Chamber of Commerce, and a host of non-profits could help activate the economic research, training, and technology potential behind becoming a renewable energy leader in Western Canada, and as far as I'm concerned, the world. The City of Regina's size and people offer a perfect living laboratory to see such a strategy come to life. This would be a transformational step, reinforcing the power of thinking local to global and the importance of doing what is sensible and morally right for future generations, right here in the city. So why is it important that we seize this opportunity now? Simply put, now is the time we choose to be a leader, not a laggard. The world is moving towards renewable energy and greater energy efficiencies, as you've heard. There's also a moral imperative to create a safer, healthier world for the future generations. Just take a good look at the latest UN climate report, October 8th, and you'll get a sense of the dire situation in which the entire planet finds itself. Governments at all levels need to take serious steps towards mitigating and adapting to the effects of climate change. This can sit on the back burner no longer. It's all about taking action to sustain the well-being of our citizens, and for that matter, all living things over the long term. In other words, Regina's commitment to becoming a renewable city would contribute to the current and urgent provincial, federal, and international efforts to reduce climate change while growing clean energy jobs and economic opportunity. Such move will also reinforce the importance we place in ensuring a sustainable future for our children's children. This is Regina's chance to be bold and forthright in positioning itself, its workers, and its citizens as energy and climate leaders. A renewable city strategy would allow the city to extend its focus on sustainability by embracing the United Nations Sustainable Development
Pickett, you have
Goals
half a minute to go.
2030. Thank you. And tapping into the wealth of knowledge and experience that exists just outside City Hall. I'm aware of about 10 municipal governments in Canada that have adopted similar strategies. We'll just talk about Vancouver, Victoria, Nelson, BC, the District of Kootenay, Canmore, Banff, Guelph, Oxford, and I'm sure others. And I'll mention Churchbridge, right in our province, who's moving their local people to becoming looking at sustainable
Dr. Pickett, I'm going to have to
opportunities.
stop you there. I'm sorry.
Thanks.
Just
Hey, that's
5
fine.
minutes. I apologize for that.
That's fine.
Those are the rules as I have to enforce them. So the questions of the delegation. Councillor Young.
Thank you, Your Worship. Mr. Pickard, thank you. I don't think I've ever called you Mr. Pickard before. I've
No.
always called you Garth.
Yeah, that's right.
This is a very formal
That's nice
occasion.
to be here, Barb.
So you gave us a handout. Would you talk briefly about the handout?
Yeah.
Okay.
This one.
So when most people think of sustainable development and what we're talking about tonight, do you think they know that all of these are part of sustainable development?
Very good question. I think because the 17 Sustainable Development Goals are such that because they're numbered, number 17 isn't as important as number 1. And actually, all 17 are inextricably linked and equitable. And so when we look at all of these Sustainable Development Goals, we understand that all of them play a major role in the long-term sustainability of the planet.
Okay, because do you think most people think peace, justice, and strong institutions are part of sustainable goals when you talk about it? Because we've been talking about energy here this evening.
Right. Well, I think that strong peace, justice, strong institutions are critically important. In other words, social justice, ecological justice are married together. And institutions have to probably reorient the way they do education, training, and research to engage these goals.
Okay. And could you just briefly tell us a little bit about RCE, what it stands for, and the kind of work you do, and have you ever worked with the city before?
Right. Actually, the United Nations University Regional Center was established by the United Nations to convey around the world the work done through Rio 92, Rio Plus 20, and all the work towards the goals of the Sustainable Development Goals. Regina and Saskatchewan were very fortunate to be the 8th regional center on this planet in 2008. And this regional center played a major role in helping other centers develop. Currently, there's 147 centers that are linked to the U of R Regional Center of Expertise. Not the U of R, but the RCE Saskatchewan. The interesting thing is that this fishbowl that we're talking as the city of Regina is viewed around the world as to what we're doing within our own regions to address sustainability. And what a better place, what a better fishbowl with all our fish here to be able to do the right thing and move forward in this way.
Thank you, Mr.
Thanks, Susan.
Thank you, Councillor Young. Councillor Massinelli.
Through you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for the presentation. I hate to be simple. I understand the 17 UN goals. I understand the basis of your presentation, and I agree with a lot of the context of it. But what I don't understand is the meme on the front of your presentation, and I have to ask while you're here because it's bugging me now. You have to explain that one to me.
This, and you can use this, by the way, if you wish, later on.
Thank you.
Just show these people this. Okay. All right, this young lady is walking, and actually a young man is walking the other way. Pretty simple. And all of a sudden they cross each other, and the young lady has an idea. And as she's walking again, she goes, "Hi." And the young man goes, "Hi? Like, what do you call me?" And then the young lady says, "Sorry if this is weird, but do you like flying kites?" Now the question I ask all the councillors today and your worship. What happened next? Did they fly kites? Did they keep on walking apart? Did they come together and have a kite factory? Or did they slink off to Vegas? Who knows what they did next? Who knows? But the question is here. Today, all of us are here establishing how next happens. And how next happens are the people of this city, yourselves included, come together and we create how next happens. The question we're all asking, all of us in this city, is what happens next? In my world, a lot of people have good ideas, good research, they set it out, and guess what? Nothing happens next. Now, for you, I think you have a job to do because you're responsible for what happens next. And the other good thing about this, I think, is I don't know if you realize this, but I sure do. You have a lot of people that support you, that are willing to help you deal with that question of what happens next. And it's apolitical. It's all about sustaining the well-being of all over the long term. And if the purpose of decisions isn't based on that particular analogy, then there's no point to what we do. It is simple as that. We're finding globally, through UNESCO and the United Nations, that they're looking at reorienting education, training, and research to address sustainability. It has been presented at the United Nations General Assembly that if formal education is not oriented to sustaining the well-being of all over the long term, and when I mean formal, I mean K-12 and post-secondary education, if it's not oriented to stating the well-being of all over the long term, there is no point to it. So maybe one of the reasons we're here tonight, talking about the water master plan and other things like that, is because maybe in the past our education, formal education systems didn't help us move towards that purpose. There's only one purpose in the future, and it's not only in governance, it's also in education, it's also in parenting, it's also in everything we do related to sustaining the well-being of all over the long term. A number of us, through the RCE, which is provincially wide, support this motion. The other interesting thing is 147 other RCEs, Regional Centers of Expertise, around this world support the same thing. And we're hopefully going to be the fishbowl to show them how on earth they may wish to do it by following our lead. And it's great to be here. It's great to have an audience here as well. And it's great that you all are sustainable people. At least you've sustained yourself through my presentation anyway.
Thank you for your answer.
Thank you very much. You finished, Councillor? Finished? Okay. We'll, after that entertaining presentation, we'll move on to our next delegation, Catherine Gibson. Ms. Gibson, if you could identify yourself for the record and who you represent, you have 5 minutes for your presentation as well.
A rather tough act to follow. Mr. Mayor and the City Councillors, I'm pleased to be able to present the letter from the Saskatchewan Environmental Society. And they are pleased to support the motion to make Regina a renewable city. It's a motion that recognizes our carbon-intensive way of life and the climate change that are being produced. These changes are both a challenge and an opportunity that provides a cornerstone for action that would help the City of Regina be part of the solution to climate change while taking advantage of the opportunities embedded in low carbon energy strategies, and all within a reasonable time limit. In terms of challenges, climate scientists assert that fossil fuels need to be phased out worldwide over the next 35 to 40 years if we want to protect our quality of life. In Saskatchewan, we're already seeing the negative impacts of climate change and associated extreme weather events. In June of 2011 and again June of 2014, there were two so-called 1 in 100 year intense rainfalls. That's in 3 years. In southeastern Saskatchewan, that were brought unprecedented flooding to a large number of homes, farms, and businesses. In 2014 alone, more than 160 communities applied for provincial disaster assistance. There's been a 20-fold increase in this type of spending in the past 12 to 15 years. A second example is the forest fire season in northern Saskatchewan in 2015 that covered 10 times the usual number of hectares, resulted in 13,000 residents from 50 communities requiring evacuation. It cost this province $100 million. In 2014, wildfires were raging not only in the north, but also in the south of the province. Vector-borne diseases are spreading beyond traditional ranges. Lyme disease may pose a risk over the medium term, and warmer winters may bring mountain pine beetles to our province. Thus far in 2018, weather conditions in Regina have been extraordinary, with record snowfall in March, record heat in May, and less than half the average rainfall during the summer. But amidst these challenges are also many opportunities that could build a stronger Regina. Today in Canada, there are more jobs in clean energy than in the oil sands, and the clean energy sector is growing. Situated in one of Canada's sunniest and windiest regions and is home to a university, a polytech, and the seat of the provincial government, Regina is well positioned to become a hub of renewable energy production and innovation. Local organizations like the Economic Development Regina, the Chamber of Commerce, and a host of not-for-profits could help activate the economic and technological potential of becoming renewable energy leader in Western Canada. About 74% of Canadians say Canada must be part of the renewable energy transition. Regina has some of the best renewable energy assets in the country, and it is time to capitalize on these natural resources to create economic activity and to move towards lower energy costs. Regina residents pay more for their electricity than average Canadians. The cost of renewables is falling so fast that International Renewable Energy Agency experts predict it will be the cheapest source of energy by 2020. Since 2010, the cost of solar has fallen 73% and that of wind 23%. In April 2016, SES urged both Saskatoon and Regina to make a commitment to become carbon neutral cities by 2050. SES applauds the steps taken by Regina to reduce its greenhouse gas emissions by developing its official community plan, transportation master plan, and waste management plan. The Make Regina a Renewable City motion is the next logical step. The Saskatchewan Environmental Society urges City Council to pass this motion. And this letter was prepared by SES President Margaret Asmus.
Good. Thank you very much for your presentation. Ms. Gibson, are there any questions of the delegation? Very clear presentation as well. Thank you so much. You can return to the gallery, and we'll move on to our next delegation. This is Yvette Crane. Ms. Crane, if you as well can identify yourself for the record who you represent. I think we know who that is. You can speak for 5 minutes, then there'll be questions afterwards.
Thank you. I'm Yvette Crane. I'm here with Regina Blue Dot, Mayor Fouzière, and city councillors. I'm so happy to be here speaking to you again. I feel really fortunate to live in a place where I can come and talk with my city representatives and have a respectful exchange of ideas. Thank you for that and for all that you guys do. I'd like to tell you a little bit about how we came to be here tonight. You may recall we were here with the Regina Blue Dot Group to support the passage of the motion on Right to a Healthy Environment Declaration in February 2017. Since then, we've continued to work on that campaign, more at a federal level. It has been great to follow some of the other initiatives of City Council stemming from the official community plan, such as the interest in green roofs, electric vehicles, and solar power that have been debated here over the past months. I applaud Council's interest, research, and forward thinking on issues such as these. Tonight, we're here to support the motion from Councillors Stevens, Murray, and Findura to make Regina a 100% renewable city by 2050. When we learned about the motion earlier this summer, we knew it was something Blue Dot wanted to support and was a local campaign we could get behind. We've engaged hundreds of people, many of whom have been phoning and emailing you over the past weeks to let you know they are in support of this motion. We attended events such as North Central Culture Days, a waste town hall, a renewable energy town hall, held gatherings at the University of Regina and elsewhere. Why is renewable energy important to me? I want the place where I live to be a leader. Renewables mean jobs, energy diversification, economic opportunities, and most of all, climate protection. I believe this motion can be the start of developing a Made in Regina strategy to a way forward for all of us. All around, people are looking for hope, for a brighter future. It is hard sometimes not to focus on the negatives and the dire predictions that we hear. Personally, my daughter phoned me devastated by the news from the recent UN Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change report that we have only 12 years left to avoid catastrophic climate change. That's the future she's facing. What do I tell her? I hope that after tonight, I will have a positive development to share with her, that our city, Regina, is stepping up to show other municipalities what needs to be done. This would place Regina in the top tier with 10 other Canadian municipalities also looking at similar motions and initiatives, including in Alberta, Ontario, and BC. I believe that it is by actions like these that we may be able to turn this thing around, this specter of environmental and economic crisis that haunts many of us these days. A positive step by Regina can strike that note for its citizens and throughout the country. Here tonight, we can pledge to make our contribution to provincial, federal, and international efforts to reduce climate risk with a local initiative that will grow clean energy jobs and economic opportunity right here at home. We can build a brighter future together. Let's start tonight. You have heard or will hear from other delegates of the great potential Regina has for solar, wind, and geothermal generation, one of the highest potentials in Canada. We have the technical expertise right here. Business leaders have written to you of their support for the economics of this motion. We are a resource-based province, and renewables, our wind, solar, and geothermal, are the resources of the future. You can see by the crowd gathered here tonight that Regina citizens want to be part of the solution, not part of the problem. They have been calling and emailing you and educating themselves and have come out tonight to see you make history and pass this motion. I would urge you to do so. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your presentation. There are questions from delegation. Councillor Hawkins.
Thank you very much, Your Worship. Thank you, Yvette, for coming forward tonight and for the work you do in Ward 2, both in this matter and with the community garden. My question is this: when this motion passes tonight, what are the very first concrete steps that you hope to see the city taken towards moving towards the goal that this motion sets out?
I think that we need to evaluate what are the simplest and first steps we can take, and solar appears to me to be the one that's ready to go in a lot of ways. So there were simple things that have come up over the last weeks that I've learned about, such as when new developments are planned, how the houses are oriented, something as simple as that. So you have a south-facing roof to install your solar panels on. So there are some very simple and concrete steps. So I would hope we would look at those and knock the simplest ones. We need to bring the people together who have the expertise, and there are 10 or a dozen or more solar energy companies in the city that the city will be able to consult with and get that expertise from. Those are just a couple of examples.
Thank you for those examples. I think concrete next steps may be where we're going. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Hawkins. There are no other questions of you. Thank you very much. You can return to the gallery. Thank you so much. Next delegation is Lacey Weeks and Blaine Dodds. Welcome to Regina City Council. You both have 5 minutes for your presentation. If you could identify yourself, who you represent. You have 5 minutes, and there may be questions from council afterwards.
Thank you. We're representing Regina Car Share Cooperative, and in here in support of the motion to convert Regina to 100% renewable by 2050. Our objective as a car sharing organization is to eliminate emissions from transportation. We're aiming at converting our fleet to all electric from 100% renewable sources by 2050, like the City of Saskatoon and the Saskatoon Car Share has today. By doing this, we'll have zero tailpipe emissions in the city much earlier and improve the parking situation in the city. To answer questions about car sharing, go to reginacarshare.ca. We can answer how car sharing will be able to help the city meet its 2050 target. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your quick presentation. Any questions from the delegation? From council? Councillor Stevens.
Yes, thank you. Thank you very much for coming out this evening. Could you give us a breakdown of how many people are using the car share and what kind of impact you're making in terms of getting people out of privately owned vehicles and into a more cooperative approach to transportation?
So we have about 50 people that are part of our co-op, and that includes 2 organizations, and their staff use our cars. We have 2 cars right now located, actually one at City Hall and one in Cathedral area. So we are always looking to grow and expand our fleet and looking at electric options as well.
And through the chair, what are some of the obstacles to electrifying your fleet quicker?
Money is one of them. That's always an issue, and I guess time. We're all volunteers on the board, so yeah, financially it's difficult to take that next step, and finding the time to do that.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Stevens. Other questions of the delegation? Thank you very much. You can return to the gallery, and we'll move on to Delegation 18-80, Brett Dolter. Mr. Dolter, if you can identify yourself, who you represent, you as well have 5 minutes for your presentation.
Sure. Thank you, Mayor Fougere and City Councillors for having us here tonight. My name is Brett Dolter. I'm an assistant professor in the Department of Economics at the University of Regina, and my research and teaching are focused on energy and climate change policy. It's my pleasure to be here tonight to speak in favor of the motion, Make Regina a Renewable City. It provides an opportunity for Regina to demonstrate leadership. Tonight, Mayor and Council, you have an opportunity to chart a visionary path towards a healthier and more sustainable city. So what will this look like? I want to encourage each of you to imagine a city that generates more clean energy than it uses. In this city, solar panels generate electricity on rooftops, solar thermal systems provide hot water, heat, and for water. Wind turbines located strategically outside the city limits could send those electrons into the city, and geothermal energy, we've heard, could heat institutions like the University of Regina. So we can use all of these resources to power our city. And if you choose to support this motion tonight to begin to put a strategy together, I'd also like to encourage you to think about what it means to be a renewable city beyond the generation side. So we know that negawatts, those energy units we save that we don't have to generate, can be as important as megawatts of electricity. And Regina has been a path-breaking leader in energy conservation. The Regina Conservation House was built here in 1977 and only required 20% of the energy of a typical home of the era. It was a highly insulated house, uses solar energy for heat, and didn't require a furnace. The conservation house actually became the model for a style of home building that Germans now call passive house. And so Germans came here and took that idea, and it's now one of the most desirable forms of low energy housing. And the idea was born right here in Regina. So as we embark upon realizing the 2050 vision, I'd ask you to consider how can we engage our building industry to imagine the next generation of low energy building types. And I know we have here tonight Green Wave Innovation, Dean Clark, some businesses today already working in this field. As well as looking at conservation, we can also think about meeting all of our energy needs using renewable energy, including home heating and transportation. So imagine a city where that familiar smoke of the furnaces was gone, where natural gas was no longer needed for heat because we were energy efficient, and we used whatever's left, we used electric ground source heat pumps. In Montreal, they're now looking at using their back alleyways to lay out the ground source heat pump coils to heat whole city blocks. So can we transform our alleyways in the same way? A renewable city strategy might also consider electric vehicles, and Councillor O'Donnell has raised that tonight. These vehicles can be charged using clean electricity, and their batteries would provide energy storage. So one challenge is operating these in cold climates, but perhaps Regina could be a leader in developing that technology for the cold climate electric vehicle. And if you choose bold leadership tonight, then I encourage you to also think about how zoning and city planning might work to ensure a renewable city. So can we ensure all new developments are built oriented to the southern sun? Can we build neighborhoods where active mobility, like walking and cycling, is safe and convenient? Neighborhoods where people are healthier and happier? I believe we can, and I believe that once we begin to look at what is needed, we'll find that the same design thinking outlined in Regina's official community plan will help make a renewable city possible. So tonight you're being asked to approve a motion to make Regina a 100% renewable city. And in my mind, this is the beginning of a conversation in Regina. I'd like to offer my help in furthering this conversation. In the coming months, my research at the University of Regina, I will launch a survey of Regina residents to gauge their views on a number of different initiatives that could form a part of a renewable city strategy. And it'd be my pleasure to work with council and administration to ensure that that survey helps address your needs and answer your questions. I also plan on organizing in-person dialogues where Regina residents can meet and work together to identify a vision for Regina's energy future. And lastly, in the months to come, I'll be conducting some economic modeling to understand the costs and benefits of becoming a renewable city. This work would benefit from your guidance and the technical skill of administration, and I hope we can work together to continue this conversation on how we might achieve a 100% renewable city by 2050. So I hope you do support the motion tonight, and thank you for considering my comments.
Thank you very much for your presentation. There are members of council who have questions. Councillor Murray.
My first question, thanks for coming forward, Professor Dolter, on and how much time you've dedicated to climate in general and all the academia that you're taking on. My first question is just other cities or other countries as a whole, specifically in the EU or some circumpolar countries that have actually reached very close to 100% or 60%. Do you know where they're at, some of those other cities or any other parts of the world? They're same climate, just as cold as us?
Yeah, in terms of examples, I know, so in Ontario we have Oxford County. They've done a lot of work there. It's a rural community, and they've thought about how they could become a renewable community. They're a small community, so they have fewer resources than a medium-sized city like Regina, but they've been working to meet their energy needs with more solar, more wind, district heating, and also finding ways to conserve energy within their community, because they find that it's easier to save that energy sometimes than to generate more of it. So they're an example here in Canada. In Germany, we have communities that have actually gone to actually generate more clean energy than they use. In Freiburg, there's a city in Germany with the neighborhood called the Vauban, where they have smaller streets where people are encouraged to walk and their children feel safe playing in. They have district heating with biomass heating their community. They have solar on the rooftops, and they have wind just outside the city. So through all of those measures, they've actually created a community that generates more energy than they use.
You just touched on one form of energy generation on biomass. If you explain to everyone what that is.
So biomass could include a number of fuels. It could be crop residue, leftover flax after a crop is harvested. It could be after a pulp mill has done its operations, the leftover wood products that could be anything that could be used to burn to either create heat or electricity. We could also think, I mean, not quite the same, but the landfill gas project I think is worth noting here in Regina as a way to use a waste product to generate electricity. I think that's a great example of where the city can play a role in generating energy.
Great, thanks.
Thank you, Councillor Murray. Councillor Donald.
Thanks very much. Thanks for coming.
Thanks.
You know, at some point in time, there's going to be the practical guy and the money guy. We need to have a money conversation now, and I think that's really what you're offering. But there's an upfront cost to all of this that we, you know, maybe some folks are in okay with, but we have to talk about large scale. So let's kind of have a conversation about that a little bit. So how do we go about, from your point of view, kind of selling that notion that you're going to have to put up a lot of money, whether it's your own house for solar or the community or whatever, because your payback is going to be X number of years. Can you kind of talk me through your thoughts on that?
Sure, yeah, thanks for that question. So I think that you've hit the nail on the head there. The issue with a lot of these investments is that they do require the upfront cost and they pay back over time. So there's this need for this patient capital that can wait for a payback. Sometimes individuals, households might not have access to that capital. So programs, either municipal or provincial programs that provide access to that capital would be beneficial. I think that's where government could play a role, is to think about what capital can you leverage that has the patience for a longer payback period. Maybe that's not a municipal responsibility that you want to take on. Maybe it's provincial. But I think that a renewable strategy could involve all those levels of government. You've got the municipal, you've got provincial, probably federal dollars available to help all of that work together.
Sure. Is there a role here for the private sector? Like, how does that work? We've talked a lot about economic development. I get that. But what's the role of the private sector maybe in our conversation?
Well, I think that's a very important point to raise. We've heard a bit about what developers might want to think about as they might consider being part of this strategy. And it might be the orientation of neighborhoods, the design of city streets. So I think that's where I think of it as a conversation, where if we have this goal, it's not a goal that City Council alone can obtain. It's got to be the whole community, and it's got to involve private sector as well as citizens rowing the boat in the same direction. And so I would see this motion as a way to set a vision that we then bring people around the table to talk about how do we get to that vision.
Thanks for your thoughts.
Thank you, Councillor Dowell. Councillor Massanelli.
Thank you, through the chair. So I've always known Saskatchewan has great natural resources. Does every part of the world have the capacity of our portion for the renewable resources like wind and solar? Are we somewhat unique in that? Do we have a distinct advantage over others?
Well, here in Canada, we have the sunniest area of Canada right here. We're sitting on it. I think Estevan might be the sunniest city, but Regina is the sunniest of the larger centers. So in Canada, this is unrivaled for solar potential. As well, wind, we know all throughout the Great Plains, we've got this, what I think of as the wind belt. And Saskatchewan, great wind resource. We could actually develop it to be a resource where we are exporting electricity. If we build more wind, then we need to power our province. So in that regard, we have an amazing resource. We don't have the hydro that maybe Manitoba or BC has. So it might mean that when we think about the strategy, we think about ways to work together. I saw today SaskPower is going to be working to trade more energy with Manitoba. And so there might be that need for that interprovincial coordination where Manitoba Hydro's dams can be that backup if it's a cloudy, calm day in Saskatchewan. So I think there are resources that we have, and there are resources our neighbors have, and putting them together would make a successful strategy.
I guess that's the whole point of strategy, capitalizing on an asset. As we go forward in the future, things like server farms, everyone wants to be the next Silicon Valley. Is that something we could look at as part of our strategy for Saskatchewan or the Regina region, being that we have these attributes of windy and sunny and even in wintertime able to generate solar? Is this something we can capitalize on and maybe use part of this motion to build on our region, maybe part of the future for our country?
Well, I think so, and it sounds to me as if the business community in Regina thinks the same. We saw that report from from ROC saying that they believe that one of the areas where we'll see economic development in Regina is in renewable energy. and with the caveat that they hope that it'll be supported by motions through municipal government and provincial government. So I think they're asking for the kind of leadership that you could provide tonight to start to invest that capital here.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Massanelli. Councillor Flagel.
Thanks. Shut me off. Thank you. Welcome out and thanks for your information. What I'm just wondering about is, let's just say today we're at 1%. Solar, whatever, name them all. But where do you see it in 20 years? What would be the percentage number that would appease you and maybe the rest of the audience?
Well, yeah, I think it's good to think about how do we get there.
Right.
So if we're 100% by 2050, does that mean we're at are we 40 to 50% by 2030? Might be an interim goal we look towards. We know SaskPower has this goal of 50% renewable capacity by 2030. So they seem to believe that's possible at the provincial electricity grid level. So that might be a good interim goal to think about 2030, 40 to 50%.
Okay. So I'm going to play devil's advocate a little bit here and just ask you the repercussions of this to the industries that don't follow the guidelines that maybe are set out in the renewable, and they still want to be in business and conduct business the way they have for the last 100 years. Mm-hmm. What do we say to them? What do you say to them?
So I think that's where a conversation is important.
Right.
So I think that all of these players should get around the table, and we should look at what are the assets and knowledge base that we have. So we heard from Brian Brunskill that in the oil industry, they know how to drill, and that means they know how to do geothermal.
Right.
We know that oil and gas industry might also play a role if we actually start to overproduce renewable energy for our needs, a lot of wind energy. We might be able to develop a hydrogen economy where the freight vehicles start to use hydrogen as a fuel. This is where we have to start looking for this, getting to zero emissions. So I would say, we live in a modern society where we have the need for mobility, for comfort, for the goods and services we always enjoyed. We have skills we can use to provide those. And now it's a matter of matching those to a low carbon world. And I think that we can find opportunities there. I don't think I have the answers to where all of those are, but I think bringing industry to the table, they'll have some great ideas.
Exactly. Thank you. Thanks for that. The other thing is you mentioned hydro. Do you think you have a way of beefing up the Wascana Lake that we can make Albert Street a hydro bridge? That would help. I mean, that's brand new resources, right?
Yeah.
That's a challenge for you in the group. Thank you.
Thank you for that, Councillor Flagel. That was helpful. I have a question for you, and I think it's for me it's the elephant in the room almost, and that is all great ideas, everyone. I really support what's being said here, very very much so. But when you speak of issues of overproduction of energy, I immediately think of SaskPower. Mm-hmm. And do you believe in the economics of renewable energy that SaskPower, as it is currently structured with this mandate, is an impediment or a facilitator of moving toward renewable energy?
Well, I think that's an interesting question. I think SaskPower is in an interesting position because the more solar is installed, the fewer people are buying their electrons. Mm-hmm. And so they have to think about what's their business look like in 20 years or even in 5 to 10 years. And I think that there are some forks in that road. It could be that we think of the renewable strategy of generation is going to be led by SaskPower, and they're going to do, as they're doing, more of these big wind projects and sell that to the grid. But we do have this possibility that the future is going to be more of the microgrid, where each household, each business is generating. And then SaskPower has to take a serious look at their business model. So I think that it would be important to have SaskPower at the table as well, so you get a sense of where are they thinking that they want to head to. In terms of their actual mandate, there's been discussion for years about whether the Power Act should be updated to reflect this new reality where generation can happen at the household level. And so that might be something worth talking about too.
It's a good question to ask. No question about that. Okay. Any other questions from Councillor Murray?
I apologize for not asking you the first time. You brought up microgrids, and my question on it is: in your research, because you're on the very cutting edge of it, is is there a tipping point for microgrids, an amount of saturation it would require to start to really set it up? Because right now I know Mr. Hall spoke about his house, maybe his neighbors, one other person. So what's the sort of minimum amount to start that?
That's a great question. I don't have an easy answer for you, but I think that's part of the modeling that I'd like to do, is to understand, as you start to integrate more renewable energy and electric vehicles, which can act as storage, where do you get those synergies, and at what level do you start to have a self-contained, self-reliant system? So I think that'd be a question that we'll want to ask in the modeling.
Great, thanks.
Thank you, Councilor Murray. No other questions? Thank you so much for your presentation and answering questions. Josh Campbell's next. Mr. Campbell, if you can identify yourself as well, who you represent. You have 5 minutes for your presentation, and there may be questions afterwards.
Yeah, good evening. I just am passing my computer around for a picture. Just look at the credits at the bottom especially, and there's a caption there. My name's Josh Campbell. I'm here on behalf of the Wascana Solar Co-op. But I'm also here as a teacher at Miller Comprehensive Catholic High School. A couple of my students are here. They're going to speak afterwards. I want to start with a personal story with permission from my wife. We were on our first date 8 years ago.
There could be trouble.
Yeah. She said it was okay. At the time, I just finished working with alternative toilet technologies on an eco farm outside of Weyburn. My wife often retells the story of my sharing my crappy summer job with her friends. It was then that she knew I was a keeper, because in her words, I wasn't just saying the right things to get her attention. Throughout our first years of marriage, she would often roll her eyes at the weird environmental stuff I would do. Obviously not the toilets, though. It wasn't until 2014, when we both watched a documentary called The Age of Stupid, that something changed for her. When the film was over, my wife cried. I finally get it. I get why you do what you do, and I'm sorry. What can we do? We immediately looked into purchasing solar panels, but unfortunately the capital cost just seemed out of reach for us at the time. It wasn't until last year, after watching Al Gore's An Inconvenient Sequel, that we decided we couldn't wait any longer to look into a renewable energy source for our home. But then my wife had an idea. Why don't we ask other families that we know to see if they might be interested? I got in touch with Susan Burley, who had tried to start a solar co-op earlier that year. We got together and decided to create a Regina Solar Co-op introduction event on Facebook. What I thought might be a 30 to 40 person turnout ended up being over 100. That night, packed into the standing room only Artful Dodger, I was filled with an optimistic message. Regina was on the crest of a renewable energy revolution. Out of that first meeting came the birth of Wascana Solar Co-op, Regina's first solar power cooperative. This co-op's been built by our 85 paying members and associates. In the past year, our 7-member board has logged hundreds of volunteer hours, resulting in a cooperative business that will see the installation of over 500 panels this year. 400 of these panels will come from our group buy, where individual members use their purchasing power to set up solar systems on their private properties. An additional 100 panels will be established through our large-scale installation partnership with Connexus Credit Union. We're already now looking into future partnerships and will be planning for more installations in the new year. Given Regina's strategic geographic position for harvesting sunlight, we think that moving our city forward in this way is a no-brainer, both economically and environmentally. Previously, I mentioned that my wife and I felt that solar energy was out of reach, but costs have dropped and efficiently has greatly increased. Our recent group buy saw our members receiving prices of about $2 per watt. Currently, it's estimated that an average household solar array eliminates 2.5 tons of carbon dioxide, 7 kilograms of sulfur dioxide, and 3 kilograms of nitrogen oxide. Given that the average Canadian contributes about 5 tons of greenhouse gases per year, that means by going solar, homeowners can fully halve their individual contribution to climate change. And for those who can't afford a full installation or who don't have a house, large-scale installation partnerships with participating organizations are a great option. As an example of a potential partnership that could take place between the City of Regina and Wascana Solar Co-op, I'd like to talk about the second of 4 projects that the SES Solar Co-op in Saskatoon has done. In partnership with the City of Saskatoon and Saskatoon Light and Power, the Saskatoon Solar Co-op has purchased 40 of 92 panels that are helping power the Saskatoon Landfill Gas Station, a small power station that uses methane gas to produce electricity. In their first year, their 40 panels produced 17,500 kilowatts of electricity and reduced greenhouse gases by 10.2 tons. On my computer that I passed around, I had a picture of members of the Saskatoon Solar Co-op standing with Mayor Charlie Hall and other city councillors. Your Worship and Regina City Council members, we want a picture like this. We look forward to a possible partnership like this, and we believe that adopting this motion is a big part of moving forward in this way. In conclusion, if the city embraces renewable energy like my family embraced the Wascana Solar Co-op, we can create a better future for all Regina youth. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your presentation. Are there questions of the delegation? Councillor Bryce.
Thank you, and thank you for coming forward tonight. So I don't want to preempt what your students are going to say, but tell me about the passion that students have for projects like renewable, like the solar projects that you're talking about.
Yeah, thanks for your question. We actually had our inaugural annual general meeting in June, and I invited some of my students. Last year I taught Science 10, and the curriculum is very heavy on climate change and resolutions to climate change, and I invited my students, and I remember one student in particular came to that meeting, and just the experience of how a co-op works and voting and what happens in that kind of meeting, she was kind of like, oh, like this kind of is mind-blowing, you know, and the solar, I think just to see that a teacher is actually trying to do something practical that helps, because, you know, I think Jared alluded to it earlier, but we talk about this in our curriculums, and I think a lot of students are like, well, what the hell do we do? Like, thank you for telling us this information, but like, what's happening, right? And it just felt so good to actually have something tangible that students could like be a part of, and so we're definitely trying to get students more involved. I've been talking to, I don't know if there's a conflict of interest, but I've been talking to Regina Catholic schools about the possibility of partnership with some of the schools and getting solar put on the schools. And there's precedent set in Ontario of schools that have meters that are showing in their classrooms, and students are getting involved with the actual numbers. And I just think that there's so much potential that way. So to answer your question, we're just at the beginning, right? So there's lots of potential education-wise that way, and that's definitely one of the key principles of a cooperative as well, as that education piece.
Thank you for that, and thank you for bringing them tonight for civic engagement too, which we try and focus on too. Thanks.
Thank you, Councillor Bryce. There appears to be no other questions from the members of council. Thank you so much. You can return to the gallery.
Can I get my computer back too?
Eventually. After we download all the information, then we will. Okay, our next delegation is Ellen Marion. Ms. Marion, if you could identify yourself, who you represent, you have 5 minutes for your presentation as well.
Good evening. I'm Ellen Marion. I'm a grade 10 Métis student from Miller High School. I think that Regina could do a lot better at taking action on climate change. Between the oil refinery, EVRAS, vehicles, and other instances of burning fossil fuels, we create climate change. There are many missed opportunities that could help with our environmental footprint, one of them being solar panels. Considering that Regina gets a lot of sunshine, it doesn't make sense to not have solar panels. Although it would cost a lot of money initially, over time it would help us save money on power. Not only that, but it would create jobs for many people. Although there is room for improvement, Saskatchewan has made strides in the right direction. Since 2014, over 1.5 million tons of CO2 has been kept from entering our air by putting up a power station dam south of Estevan. Solar panels would be a great way for Regina to do their part at helping our environment, and by adopting this motion to make Regina a 100% renewable city by 2050 would help set this in motion. Regina adopting the Declaration for a Healthier Environment was another great step towards a better future. It's important that we continue in the direction of improving and making positive changes to help preserve the earth. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your presentation. Are there questions? There are none. Thank you very much. You can return to the gallery. Thank you so much. Next delegation is Ralph Kennedy Gonzalez. If you could identify yourself, who you represent as well, you have 5 minutes for your presentation.
Hello everyone, I'm Ralph Kennedy Gonzalez, and I'm
grade 11 student at Miller. And in the Philippines, my home country, the tropical vibe is everywhere. It is the most beautiful paradise for me, but now it's rapidly getting destroyed. I experienced a lot of typhoon, lots of flooding, and properties getting destroyed. I didn't notice that the rapid changes of climate. I didn't realize earlier that the paradise I love was suffering from our mistakes. This past few years, the Philippines have suffered from a lot of strong, terrifying typhoons. In 2013, one of the strongest typhoon, Haiyan, hit the Philippines and destroyed millions of properties and places, which cost about $14 billion. I remember the time when we need to evacuate because there was a threat of flooding. We evacuated our home immediately, leaving everything behind and hoping that nothing got lost. We didn't have a choice because the flood might hit at any time. We only had our prayers and faith that everyone will be safe. We quickly moved to a friend's place that was on higher ground. When the typhoon hits, it was nighttime. I could hear the very loud blow of the wind like there's a tornado that's going to destroy the building. There was no electricity anywhere, and only the little light of the candles was keeping us able to see in the dark. It was the most terrifying horror of my life. A few days later, the flood was still there. We didn't know if our house and everything in it was still fine. We were just hoping that there was some of our property left. We were waiting for the food supply to get brought to our friend's place. The researchers of University of Wageningen, Montpellier, and Exeter found out that rich countries that have contributed most to climate change will see less temperature fluctuation, whereas in poor countries, the fluctuation will become stronger. This research proved that every country is also involved in climate change that is happening everywhere. As the year passed by, the normal typhoon strength is becoming stronger and stronger. This year, another strong typhoon, Mangkhut, hit the Philippines and other parts of Asia. I felt sad when I heard that news because I know that people will suffer again from a terrifying nightmare caused by climate change. The harmful effects of climate change is being felt all over the world. I'm afraid that one day this place is going to end up with even worse climate change. I want to support the idea of making these cities source of energy completely renewable because it is a small step that could lead to a bigger benefit. I want to make this step successful because it will encourage other cities to do the same until it is spread city by city, province by province, country by country, everywhere. It will be a huge benefit to us and to the world we're living. As a teenager, I really want to see this done because I'm hoping that someday it will be a very helpful step to protect our planet and prevent this world from getting destroyed. It's my wish to bring a similar action to my country to reduce climate change before it's not too late. I hope that the paradise I know will not fade because we did something good and we stopped doing something that is bad for us and this planet. I hope that all of us can live in a paradise before people forget what it's like. And I see this motion of 100% renewable Regina by 2050 as a great step in the right direction.
Thank you very much for your presentation. Are there questions of the delegation from members of the council? Okay, we've all read your presentation, heard it very well spoken. Thank you so much. You can return to the gallery. And we'll move on to our last presentation for the evening, Larissa Shasko on behalf of William Ingrathman. I'm sure I got that wrong, but you'll correct me.
Hello, it's my honor to be here today to speak on behalf of William Ingenthron, who is a member of the renewable energy industry. Myself, I am Larissa Shasko, and I also, like William, am a lifelong community member of Regina and was born and raised here. So without further ado, I will read his statement on his behalf. Your Worship, Mayor Fougere and City Councillors, I speak to you today as a returning Regina resident who who moved back specifically due to the value of implementing solar power generation in this region. I currently work with Sky Fire Energy, a solar installation company. It is with pride and gratitude that I speak to you today in support of the motion to make Regina a renewable city, committing Regina to be 100% renewable by the year 2050. In the late 1800s, my great-grandparents were sod turners not far from Regina. My name is William Ingenthron, born in Regina, and a U of R Industrial Systems Engineering graduate. I started my career working for a fracking service company and discovered very quickly that if I wanted to be able to work for years to come, that I had to make a career switch. After 2 years working in oil and gas, I was lucky enough to gain a job where I was responsible for the permitting of 2 wind power plants totaling 400 megawatts. Since that time, I have been involved in many areas of the renewable power industry, working within economics and regulatory framework. My focus became to identify the true value of strategically injected renewable energy within the existing regulatory landscape. The implementation of proven renewable energy technology directed in an economically fiscal manner is happening today throughout the world. You have all heard it before, but because I come from the power industry, I feel I must restate that Saskatchewan is an ideal place for renewable energy generation. Specifically, there is no better place than Saskatchewan to install solar in all of Canada. A system installed here will produce substantially more energy on an annual basis than if the same system was installed in Rome, Italy, Rio de Janeiro, Brazil, or Miami, Florida. Not only is this one of the sunniest locations in Canada, it is also powered by one of the most carbon-intensive grids. Climate change is the issue of our generation. I commend the councillors for bringing forth this motion and potentially leading not only this province, but this country towards meaningful solutions. This motion speaks to the transition that we must make for the sake of our children and all future generations. What does it mean to have the City of Regina commit to being 100% renewable within 32 years? From my perspective, this motion will limit the City of Regina's financial risk due to removing exposure to rapidly rising energy and thus operating costs. Attract individuals with expertise to work and live within the region. Tool and empower the resident workforce to implement economically proven technology. Create a more future resilient workforce. Enable the private sector and property owners to participate in being renewable with more ease and the cost savings that come along with it. Increase the value and wealth of the region. Prepare the residents and the region for the long haul. And create a sense of due care throughout the region. I'd like to congratulate everyone in this room and the City of Regina for having the opportunity to consider this motion. It fills me with great pride to witness Regina's passionate civil servants and city residents unite for and stand behind the creation of a resilient region. The people here today are readied and willing to put in the work to make their city, their home, stronger and more resilient into the future. To end, a quote I feel has resonated throughout the region and myself over time. Prosperity is a shared endeavor. Thank you for your time and the opportunity to speak to you tonight.
Thank you very much for the presentation. Any questions from members of council? Thank you very much for the presentation. We will now move on to the motion itself. I was going to suggest that from the administration perspective to give a background as to some of the initiatives that the city has taken over the past few years on renewable energy. And so I'll turn this over to the city manager for a comment, then we'll move into the motion itself. Mr. Holden.
Through your worship, and thank you for giving me an opportunity to make a few comments. I'll make a few background comments and then just provide a bit of context in terms of the discussion that you'll have for the motion that's in front of you. So the City of Regina considers environmental conservation, stewardship, and sustainability a priority when we look at setting the direction and considering the future for the City of Regina. And I think to demonstrate that commitment, our official community plan includes as priorities a reduction of the city's environmental footprint, and it also talks about land, water, and energy conservation. It's been mentioned tonight that Council in 2017 unanimously approved the right to a healthy environment, and the Blue Dot group brought that forward. The other thing is that EDR has been mentioned several times tonight, Economic Development Regina. It's important that the gallery know that EDR is a entity of the City of Regina. It's our economic development and tourism arm, and they do work to support the city, administration, and council at arm's length. We're taking action to support sustainability, from policies on bike and pedestrian path design, to the reduction of herbicide use in parks, to protecting and expanding Regina's urban forest as more trees improve air quality and reduces carbon dioxide in the atmosphere. We also, when we build new facilities, we design them to look for opportunities in terms of energy efficiency. We design to a LEED standard. We don't always seek the certification, and that's simply due to the expense, but our buildings are designed and built to that standard. One of the largest initiatives, and it's been mentioned here tonight in a few of the delegation's presentations, is the construction to the waste to energy facility, which converts landfill gas to electricity at our landfill. So we're taking a number of actions to look at sustainability into the future for all of our children. It's evident from the conversation tonight that there's an opportunity potentially to do more. So if this motion is successful tonight, we'll look at what other jurisdictions are doing. Saskatoon is looking at a plan presently in terms of looking at how they address climate change. We know the City of Vancouver has a renewable city action plan where they're trying to get 100% renewable by 2050. The delegation's in attendance this evening. They've highlighted a number of opportunities for us to explore, from converting vehicles to electric power, utilizing our natural climate conditions around wind and solar to look at power utilization options, power generation, and also geothermal energy. And those are just to name a few from this evening. So what we would do is look to report back to Council in Q4 of 19 with a framework based on, and I've called it community interest, and after tonight there's a lot of community interest. Mr. Dolter with the University of Regina indicated that there's maybe an opportunity to partner around some consultation. He indicated they're going to start a survey. Community consultation is important in terms of bringing a framework to council. We'd also look at partnerships with government and partnerships with the private sector. It's clear that if we're going to move this initiative forward, it can't be done solely by the City of Regina. There are a number of other motions that council has considered in the past 12 months. We have had motions on solar. We've had motions on autonomous vehicles and electric vehicles, and those components would all form a part of this framework when we report back to council. To assist us in the endeavor, and it's mentioned in the motion in front of you, we would look at opportunities to secure funding from the Federation of Canadian Municipalities, from the Green Municipal Fund, and also the Investing in Canada plan, the new funding that's been announced in terms of the green stream of funding. So I'm confident that in moving forward, if this motion passes tonight, that we'll be able to bring forward a framework and some recommendations for council that helps you achieve your vision of becoming a sustainable community.
Thank you, Mr. Holden. So we have three members of council sponsoring the motion, so I would ask that any one of the three, Councillor Stevens, introduce the motion, then we'll go on as we usually do. The floor is yours.
2019 with a proposed framework and implications for the City of Regina to join the growing number of municipalities from around the world and commit to being 100% renewable by 2050, and that administration seek external funding sources such as grants, etc., to finance the report and any future costs incurred.
Do you have a seconder for that, please? Councillor Vandura.
Great, thank you very much. This is very exciting. I want to start by thanking the city manager for highlighting a lot of the important work that the city staff and council has been responsible for, I'd say, over the last decade. One of the numbers that was put forward by a delegate was 12 years, and I think it's an important marker, and that's what the Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change has given the world to get a handle of greenhouse gas emissions, and part of that involves constructing and building a sustainable future and renewable energy system. To Councillor Young's point about how the sustainability goals fit into this, if you actually look at the subline of the report, I joked about this at a public town hall. The report title is about as long as the report, Pathways of Strengthening the Global Response to the Threat of Climate Change, Sustainable Development, and Efforts to Eradicate Poverty. So this is a very comprehensive perspective. And really it's about getting a handle on things really quickly so that by 2100, almost an unimaginable future that only our kids, grandkids, and perhaps Councillor Hawkins will experience at that time, that we won't see the devastating consequences of our current trajectory here. I meant that in fun. You're going to be around, man. It's happening.
He's speaking after you, so he's got the last laugh.
Thanks. This motion was actually written a couple years ago by Councillor Findura and Councillor Murray and I at a conference. It was actually fun and invigorating to sit there and watch municipal leaders, federal leaders, provincial leaders from around the world say, you know what, we can do this. As many of the provincial, state, and federal governments were dragging their heels, denying that there was an issue, cities are like, forget it. We need to take this by the horns and do this ourselves, and many of them have actually achieved those goals already. This isn't a pie in the sky. We're actually just going down a path many have charted before us. We're going to be following suit. We're going to be following Cowessess First Nation. So this is something we can certainly achieve. We're going to be following communities so small in Saskatchewan that you cannot identify them on the map that have powered their civic facilities and rinks with wind power and solar. We're already behind, and I think we can actually propel ourselves future and become a regional expert. Municipalities from Vancouver to Edmonton and elsewhere have already put it out there. We want to help. The more cities that join this commitment, the better. In many ways, much like the network of solar panels and energy infrastructure in the city, so too will the cooperation between politicians at the municipal level work in our favor. So we're really taking this initiative to Saskatchewan that has already been commenced elsewhere in the world. And as mentioned a couple times, the motion is also pushing ahead what the business community and industry and residents want to see. For instance, some of the evidence can be found in the recent Economic Development Regina report. And in it, a survey of business leaders found that by 2050, Regina would be better known for sustainable energy production than oil, gas, and mining. Just imagine that in Saskatchewan. Agri-value, of course, still tops the list, and the number of respondents who saw renewable energy compared to that was relatively small, but still, it overshadows oil and gas. Unbelievable. And what might get us there, do they say? Political leadership. And explicitly political leadership at the municipal level. They cited us before the province and the federal government when it came to talking about incentives, planning, and taking us down this path. And I think that's actually quite an incredible achievement that we could unlock with this motion. Now, put another way, renewable energy and a green future is recognized by industry and the business community as defining our future. Another point to reference here is the town hall event earlier this month was at capacity. It was super exciting. And much like the chamber tonight, all age groups. Incredible insight. All levels of expertise want to help and see this move forward. That's incredible. And few issues I say that we talk about here at Council have that kind of support. And people at all levels of government should be taking climate change seriously is really the message that we got. And this means the municipal leadership when it comes to building alternatives. And I think that part's important. As mentioned earlier, it's not just about fearing climate change, it's about doing something about it. So what I'd like to see in this 2019 strategy, as Mr. Holden has highlighted, is how do we make this happen? This means identifying sources of funding and support from all levels of government, thinking about the way we plan and build our neighborhoods, how we see built infrastructure as energy production opportunities, and how we account for costs and benefits, as well as how we lobby Sask Energy, the provincial government, and Sask Power for change. How we become partners in these crown corporations, which I would argue, if pointed in the right direction, could make us actually better than other provinces in making this happen.
Your time is up.
Thank you. So for these reasons, I'm looking for council support.
Thank you, Councillor Stevens. Councillor Hawkins, I believe you're next.
Thank you very much, Your Worship. I also want to thank Councillor Stevens, Councillor Murray for bringing forward a very important motion. I appreciated very much the words that the city manager said and in some ways he's addressed the issue that I want to address. At my age, one of the things you realize is that aspiration is fine, but action is much better. It's not enough for us to simply pass a motion that's wishful for 2015. What we want to see is some concrete action. We want to see, we don't want to kick the can down the road. We want the accountability to be on us if we pass this motion, not just on people passing motions in 2030 or 2040. So to that end, I'm going to propose an amendment, which I hope is acceptable, between 1 and 2, so a new number 2, that the said report include at least 4 possibilities of new and concrete actions for improving the environmental sustainability of the City of Regina that could be considered by Council for implementation by Q4 2023. And I'd look for a seconder.
Councilor Berger, any seconds on?
Thank you very much. I'll just take a moment to explain what I mean. I'm not going to specify in the motion what kind of concrete action I want to see in the immediate future. I think that the administration can do that. I think, as the city manager has said, they will look at other cities, for example. They will look at science, for example. It's a wonderful opportunity for the administration to use its own sound imagination and innovation in this respect. But I just made a list of the things that I thought of. None of these need to be included. Many of them might not work, but they're the kind of new things that I'd like to think about. Green roofs have been mentioned. Gray water systems we talked about earlier. I think there could be a charter for the environment to apply to all building in the new RRI lands, a charter in place before we approve any concept plan so that everybody understands what's expected. Should we be looking at a motion about, or at a proposal about non-reusable plastics, plastic straws, plastic shopping bags, bottled water in city buildings when we could be using very good water from our own taps. The greening of municipal buildings, green building design, our city hall, our new recreational buildings that will be come along. Should we be looking at how we can make those buildings as green as possible? Greening our transit fleet. I'm still puzzled by why we have to run transit vehicles that are empty during parts of the day. Self-driving cars, the point that Councillor Donald has wisely and repeatedly made in this council, cars that use renewable energy. Expansion of our urban forest. I was delighted to see that example picked out. Now look, the urban forest is not about the stumpy little trees we put in subdivisions. They're about the big healthy trees that you find in Lakeview. So looking at our urban forest with an environmental carbon reduction view in mind, our construction processes, and then the other thing I put on my list, but was much more eloquently mentioned by Mr. Brunskill, geothermal energy. Why did the University of Regina stop in its experiment? The idea of running lines down back alleys in new subdivisions to heat houses, is that possible? It might well be. So I want to pick up, just to end here, if this amendment passes, with Yvette Crane's words. I want the place where I live to be a leader. That's why I propose this amendment, and that's why I will support the motion.
Thank you, Councillor Hawkins. To the amendment now, I have Councillor Findura and then Councillor Bryce on the main motion next. So just to make sure I don't lose it, trail that one. So who wants to speak to the amendment? I'll speak to the amendment. No one else.
Sure. Mayor.
I certainly thank you, Mr. Deputy Mayor. I certainly understand the enthusiasm, and I think we all will share that. And I think our words that we have coming up will share that. I must say, though, I'm not sure I will accept the amendment for one reason only. I want to see the report back from the administration to see what they can do, and they may well come back and say they have 4 possibilities that we can do today. I'd like to see them come back themselves and not be harnessed by this and say, look, we've got 4 we can do, and some, I think 2023 may be possible or not. So I don't want to constrain the administration from what they're coming back to say they must do these ones. So I understand the intent. And if we didn't have a motion that was that directive in part 1 and 2, particularly part 1, I would welcome this and support it wholeheartedly. I'd like to see the administration come back and see what they say. And you take it as an undertaking. We'd like to look at 4 perhaps, but to be directive to say 4, maybe be directive to say in 2023. I just want to make sure we're not tying them up, that's all. So I understand the intent. So I'd rather we stick with recommendation 1 and 2 and as an undertaking to come back as best efforts to frame what Councillor Hawkins wants. I could accept that. But as a directive, I'd rather we just, again, let the administration come back with their framework. And then when we get the report in the 4th quarter of 2019, we can have that discussion and say, let's direct you to do something else. So I do have speakers on the amendment. Councillor Bryce. 3 minutes on amendments, ladies and gentlemen.
Thank you. It won't take me 3 minutes. I see the amendment as a little bit different. I don't see it locking us into anything. I see it as having 4 possibilities brought forward that are concrete, doable possibilities, but it doesn't lock us in. That's a choice that we as a council would make once those possibilities are brought forward. So I am in support of the amendment.
Okay. Other speakers to the amendment? Oh, Councillor Bresciani.
I seconded the motion. I too have the same. I just would like to see a little more teeth in this. And so that's why I supported it for if it's 4, if it's more than that. But I think we're asking administration to come back with some things. 4 is in there for the number. I mean, if they come back with more, but if they come back with less, I think at the end of the day, we're putting something in here to say, listen, move quickly. We don't want this to take a long time. So we're asking for options. So that's why I'm supporting it. And I think it's good.
Okay, thank you for that. To the amendment, Councillor O'Donnell.
Thanks. I want to speak in favor of the amendment. If this whole notion tonight is just about being aspirational, count me out. If the idea is that we start leading ourselves toward getting some things done, count me in. If I believe actually the amendment is generous in terms of the timeline, 2023. I think the number 4 is whatever it is. But if there's not something there, if this doesn't become really important to us, if this isn't maybe the guiding principle in the next while, count me out.
Thank you, Councillor O'Donnell. Councillor Flegel.
My only concern is that we're asking for administration to come back in Q4 of 19 with the opportunity to move forward, and then now we're going to wait 4 years in Q of 23 to do anything. What are we going to do in the 4 years in between the request that says implementation of the City of Regina to grow a number of municipalities around the world and commit to being 100% renewable? So in 2019, they're going to come back and tell us, hey, we can do this, we can be renewable, but we're not going to do anything for 4 years because now we're going to wait. Why don't we move that list forward and have them come back with something maybe that can get us started after 2019's report? Maybe we can start doing something in 2020 instead of having 4 big things. I like the 1 and 2. I'm not sure I want to wait that long for 2023. That's what.
Okay. Thank you, Councillor Flegel. Other speakers to the amendment? Councillor Murray.
Just as one of the main movers of the motion to this amendment, I support the amendment, and for the reason that building this plan for 2019, to me, it's almost like the OCP. This is huge. It's very big. So this lays our plan to 2050, but then what this second amendment does is it lays the first steps to get there, and it makes sure that those 4 steps get implemented. So that's the way that I see it. And it's different interpretations, and this is the art of creating a motion, but it's all about the interpretations. So I do support the amendment as it's written.
Good. Other speakers to the amendment? Close debate on the amendment? Okay. We've all had our chance to speak on the amendment. All those in favor? Opposed? That's carried. Are you finished on your speaking?
I am. Thank
Okay, thank you very much for that. We'll go back to the main list, and Councillor Fundera, you're up next.
Thank you, Worship. Through you. I had fun in Vancouver. I guess I'll say why I had fun.
Did you go to the conference too?
No.
Okay.
I don't drink, so I was there for sure. But this motion was, say, conceived or discussed at a pub in Vancouver. So you're thinking, what were we doing? These two were drinking, and I was kind of just listening to what they were trying to say. They were babbling.
Get to the point.
I will.
Focus.
No, I don't.
Focus.
Focus. We are focused. So I'm thrilled to be here. One of the three that wrote this motion. And Vancouver was exciting to see what the world and the cities were doing. And I wanted to be part of that. So discussions made. We need to start walking. And I understand that there's a lot of talk, but with the motion and the few things that you see on the board, we need to make some concrete decisions. But I understand that the costs will be something to look at. But I look at it this way: in 50 years or 30 years, whatever, the cost will come back to us. And if we don't start anything today, then the 2050 will never start. It will never show up. Am I going to be here? I don't know. There's some of the young guys who will carry on. But we need to look at, pay attention to our green energy, especially green energy. We talked about previous report about water. Water is going to be expensive for us. And so we need to look at the solar, like Councillor Hawkins mentioned, solar, wind power. We have a perfect opportunity to look at our Buffalo Pound water treatment plant. We have a lot of land around for solar, for wind. And right now we're spending a lot of money we're putting into the Buffalo Pound plant. So why not look at some of that stuff? Because in years to come, we have a plant for 25 years. That's going to be very expensive. And water is going to be our problem, especially being landlocked. And we are looking for water all the time. So we need to look at the green energy for water. Councillor Hawkins mentioned about grey water. We need to start in our building code, talking about adjusting or facing roofs to the south, however. We need to look at our building code to make sure so when houses are being built, commercial buildings being built, we built in ready to receive for grey water, for solar, for wind. It's cheap to build from the start. If you can't afford it. I heard you couldn't afford solar. If I can afford the solar today, but if the house is ready to receive the solar power, it's easy enough to install. But if it's not ready, so we need to look at our building codes from the building perspective side of things. So again, I'm thrilled to be here. I'm encouraging, and I know that sounds like everyone is excited about this, and good to see everybody out here. So I definitely look to see what the administration is going to bring in 2019, and then get our stuff going. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Fundera. Councillor Bryce.
Thank you. I want to start off by thanking everybody who was here tonight and everybody who spoke tonight. Thank you. I also want to respond to Councillor Hawkins saying those big, beautiful trees used to be little stumps at one time. So they get there eventually, hopefully. One delegate mentioned tonight that this is the beginning of a discussion, and I think the city manager replied to it appropriately. This isn't really the beginning of this discussion. When I was first elected to council, we did our vision, which was reaffirmed by this council as well. And in part of that vision, it talks about the sustainability of Regina and how we as a council, through the last couple of councils that I've been on, reaffirm that we want a sustainable Regina. So this just pushes us in the right direction. So I think it reinvigorates and reaffirms and re-excites the community that this is what the direction that we want to move. So I think that's a great thing, and I think that that's basically what we as a council believe in as well. So thank you all for being here. Thank you for the civic engagement. We really appreciate it. And I'm excited, and as others have been as well, for moving forward to this. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Bryce. Councillor Massanelli, you're next.
There we go.
There you go.
Thank you. Through you, Mr. Chair. So I guess first I'd like to say that I fully intend on supporting this motion. I do have a question for current projects being planned, such as the headquarters for the RPS. Being that might still be operated in the year 2050, the passing of this motion, will it have an effect on what's being planned and what's in process right now?
Mr. Holden?
Through your worship, obviously repurposing or retrofitting, the STC building, the old STC building for police headquarters. I know that our facilities department will take every opportunity to look at how we can make sure that we're designing it as efficiently as possible. We are somewhat restricted by the fact that it is already a constructed building. It'll have mechanical systems, HVAC systems, but I know that our facilities department will look for opportunities to focus on opportunities for efficiency as they look at the design and as we replace systems and components over time.
Okay. So I guess will this affect the mindset you go in for planning and for resourcing? Will you leave it more plastic or more able to be retrofitted for the future? Will you leave doors open to be able to adapt technologies as you go, as compared to what you might have planned 5 years ago?
Mr. Holden?
So through your worship, I think it's fair to say that our facilities department is always looking for opportunities to look for how we're designing our buildings and how we're retrofitting our buildings and how we're replacing systems. So they're looking for the most efficient opportunities. I think as we move forward and we look for solar and other opportunities, those are definitely things that we'll look into. And I think the motion tonight will help drive us to reinforce that thing within our administration.
Thank you. I knew administration was able to do that. I just wanted to get it on the record.
Thank you, Councillor Massanelli. Councillor Flagel, you're next.
Thank you. And I too want to thank everybody for showing, because we learned a lot tonight, but we knew a lot tonight already, and we appreciate all the information. We were probably going to pass this anyway, so it was nice of you to show up in it. But I think what I'm trying to get at, though, is I want to make sure that you understand, and Mr. Holden put it out there, is that we are getting more progressive every year and every time we move forward. One question I want to ask of the administration, maybe I should have found out the answer first, but we're building a new bus garage on Winnipeg Street. Are we going to be looking at implementing some type of plan like we're talking about tonight with this new building?
Mr. Lacey.
I think I'm on.
It's on now.
Through you, Your Worship. So I'd make two comments with respect to that question. So first, as Mr. Holden has referred to in his earlier comments, as we build new facilities, we build them to LEED standards. And so this facility as well, the concept of the designs will be consistent with those principles. Secondly, as we've designed this facility as well, we have been mindful of building it in a way such that if electric buses, as an example, are something that we would look at in the future, that we're ensuring that the design of that facility would allow, for example, us to move to electric buses in that new facility to accommodate that.
Okay, thank you. So it brings me to my point of why I sort of disagreed a little bit with the part of the amendment of 2023. We're already doing things. So why 2020? Regardless, that doesn't matter. To one of the three movers, what does, in your mind, 100% renewable look like in the future? Can one of the three of you movers, like, I know you guys are all sitting around a bar in Vancouver while I was working in Victoria the same weekend, but what does that look like? What does that look like to the city of Regina? I know what the delegations have said, what they can kind of see, but what was the intent to see what 100% renewable looks like?
So who wants to answer that one? Councillor Stevens?
That's a great question. So what possibilities there are between now and 2050 in terms of how we generate electricity is one component? I don't know. But it would mean that we're off of fossil fuels as a way of generating power for the city of Regina. What alternatives we have in place between now and then, I don't know. We have solar, geothermal. it was really left to administration and others to do the legwork, figure out what that would mean. But ultimately, they were off fossil fuels, period, in terms of how we electrify and power this city. And that also means probably getting a handle on greenhouse gas emissions, but the specific focus here is on electricity and
Okay.
power.
Okay, good, thanks. Just a couple of things, and over the years, and again, when I started on council too, there was talk of this, and there was the big push at that time was rooftop gardens along in the warehouse district was huge. I don't know how many of those ever did it fizzle out. Did it lose its steam? I don't know what happened. I don't know how many showed up. I don't know how many. I know there's a few rooftop decks, but those are different. But the thing that this council has been doing ever since I've been on is the fact that everything we've talked about tonight, we've sort of been dabbling at it for the last 15 years. And I think it's time that we're moving forward, and I like to see this because it's still going to be baby steps regardless of how big we go tonight or this next in Q14 a year from now. But as long as we're on the path to getting it better, and our administration is already, with the new buildings we're doing, with the new buses we're buying, with everything is changing for the better of the environment and for our carbon footprint, I guess is the best word to use. And as long as we continue to do that, and even if it is baby steps for the next year, at least moving forward, we're in a good position. And right now, I think SaskPower's grant is up now, isn't it? It's almost over, the end of this month. So for those that did take advantage of a 20% savings, that was great. Maybe they'll bring out another one soon because I think in 11 years it's a payback to paying off your house in terms of using solar. So thanks, I'm in support.
Thank you, Councillor Flegel. Councillor Brasciani, you're next.
Thank you, Worship. I too want to say thank you to everyone for coming tonight. I want to say that it's wonderful for the families who brought your children. We're talking about future generations as well. So I want to say thank you for that. Also to the movers. I mean, I would have loved to go to that conference. Wasn't in the budget, but I want to go. This truly, when I was listening to people come up and speak, there was a couple things that I had heard. And, it was about hope. And it is about hope. I think we all wonder, and we've been thinking about a long time, how do we get our city here? How do we do it? It's like we're one person or we're a few people. But tonight we hear from so many that have the same vision. And we're going to do it together. They're offered resources to our city. So again, I think it's innovative, fearless, transformation to climate protection, moral and right for future generations, economic opportunity, energy and climate leaders, a hotbed of innovation. Before I knew this was coming, I actually went and did a little bit of research into Vancouver because they've been a leader in many other cities, but Vancouver's done a lot. And when I heard about, I wanted a little bit of the stats and to see kind of what it means by economic opportunity. And the stats that I got, it said between 2017 and 2016, Vancouver residents and businesses are spending $29 million less on energy for buildings and $9 million less on energy for transportation. So the progress to date has also been accompanied by a growing number of green jobs that they found. Between 2010 and 2016, 81 new green jobs were created in Vancouver, which was a 49% increase. So again, just by getting this motion tonight started and igniting it, this is what I hope to see for Regina. I do have just a couple of questions, just on Councillor Flegel's question there, a little bit about the buses. We are purchasing some new buses. He asked about the actual transit building, but what about buses? Are we now going to be actually looking at purchasing electric buses?
Mr. Onright.
Through your worship, we will be looking at electric buses once the new facility is built. Currently, we don't have the ability for charging stations in the old facility, so that is very much in the future for purchasing.
Okay. Are we actually, through you, Your Worship, are we actually purchasing any buses in the next few years, or are we able to wait until this building is up and then purchase?
Mr. Onright?
Through Your Worship, the lead time once an order is placed on a bus is 12 months, 12 to 14 months right now. So we will be looking at when the completion of the building, when that date is. And then as we move forward, each year we purchase new fleet as they turn over. So that will be a part of our purchasing moving forward.
Perfect. Thank you for that. I want to talk about our solar lighting on parks. When Councillor O'Donnell brought the solar along, we did make one amendment on that motion, and that was to look at some solar lighting. It was on park pathways. I know I'm always getting calls on lighting that's out on the Ring Road. They said there's been some electrical problems there. Those are the areas that we can start looking at solar lighting?
Mr. Onright?
Through Your Worship. So administration is bringing a report forward next month regarding the possibilities of lighting on pathway systems. So that is coming forward. Also looking at Victoria Park and renewing that lighting. That's part of the 2019 budget.
Great. Thank you for that. We heard tonight about distribution energy grid, which is interesting, and also talking about engaging residents. So I think one of the questions, and I hope that this becomes, we're looking at our waste diversion, our composting options. I hope that this ignites that to get it going to the reason why we have to compost, because I think it sends another message. And everybody out here that came tonight, I think it's all of our jobs to engage residents in that regard, because there's some out there that feel it's a third bin. Why do we have to do it? So I'm glad that that's coming forward. The last question I do have is about funding, and through FCM. Is there funding that we would be able to take advantage of now? Or have we missed the deadline, or where are we at with that? Through Your Worship.
Sorry, Mr. Holden. You got it. Floor is yours.
Through Your Worship. There is the availability of funding through the Green Municipal Fund with FCM. There's also the new federal infrastructure funds that have been announced around the green bucket of funding. So I think there's opportunity for us to look at those two specific funds. The other thing, obviously, federal government is always looking for opportunities to support municipalities, private sector organizations to move forward in these types of initiatives. So once this motion passes and we start doing the work, obviously we'll be looking for opportunities to find some third-party funding to move initiatives that come out of planning the framework, but also some of the initiatives that we're currently undertaking.
Great. Thank you, and thank you again for the motion.
Thank you, Councillor Brasciani. Next speaker is Councillor Young.
Thank you, Your Worship. I have a question for the administration. The province seldom opens the Cities Act for review, but I understand they're opening it soon, and that you're already preparing things to bring forward to try to make what we're trying to do at the city possible, because the Cities Act regulates what we can and cannot do. So I'm wondering if this is something that needs to be thought about when you're looking at changes you may want to ask for in the Cities Act, so that we're not hampered by regulations that don't allow us to do some of what we need to do that we've heard this evening. And so my question to you is, would you do that as a matter of course, or would it be better if I made an amendment?
Mr. Holden.
Through Your Worship. So yeah, the Cities Act is going to be opened up by the provincial government. What they've done is reached out to municipalities and asked for the items that we would like them to consider. Once they've compiled that list, then they're going to send them back out. At that point, we would engage with council in a discussion of opportunities for changes to the Cities Act. I think the other piece of that is there are other acts, UBASA in terms of building standards, etc., some of the gray water conversations. So I think as we do this work, there's a number of opportunities that we need to engage in conversations with the province, and where we're able to influence or put suggestions forward for revisions to acts. We do that as a normal course of our business. We'll provide suggestions at times when acts aren't open. So we'll just reach out to a ministry, indicate that we see an opportunity, and at the time when an act opens, we then expect that they would look at those opportunities.
So you would do that as a matter of course?
Yes, we do.
Okay, thank you. I heard something really important tonight from all of the speakers, and thank you for coming and educating all of us and telling us what's out there. And when you bring about major change in an organization or in a city or anywhere, it's really important to engage the grassroots, the people who are fearful of some of what's happening with climate change and want to do something but don't know what to do. So solar power could be one of those things that might engage people. The other is to top down the major players, getting them at the table so that we can talk about what are you going to do, here's what we'd like to do, can we do it together? And when you do the grassroots and the top down and you turn it sideways, you have a collective, you have a partnership, and that's how you get movement. And tonight I heard that. Garth Pickard talked about the Regional Center for Expertise, the UN Center. And what I heard tonight was a regional collective of expertise right here in this room. And I thought it would be really interesting if we put you all in a room around a big table with a lot of chart paper and had you tell us what's here, what's planned, what's happening now, and what could happen. And I think when we have conversations, we need to engage. Groups like Cowess's First Nation and other Indigenous voices, because they are by their very nature know about the land and are wise. And secondly, I think we need to engage students. Students see right through to the core of the problem. They aren't bothered by all the red tape that we think about, that keep us from doing things or keep us from thinking about doing things. So I'd really like to see this as an opportunity to engage high school and university students as we have these conversations. So, we have individual motions that come forward practically every week on this council that actually speak to sustainability, because as Councillor Bryce said, it's one of our big goals. And I think that that excites people. And our OCP, when we were doing it, excited people. So I think we need to do something of that level and that caliber. I think we need a big picture for people, not just one motion at a time, almost like a touchstone, so we can keep going back and forth and seeing where we're headed. And I think we're doing that, but I'm not sure we tell everybody about that touchstone. So I can see why the three councillors were excited when they came back from Vancouver. That's all they talked about for a while. So I'm excited. And so I will certainly be supporting this motion.
Thank you, Councillor Young. Councillor O'Donnell.
Thanks very much. A little excited about the fact that I get to speak to a younger audience. All
That's
due
saying
respect,
something,
gentlemen,
Councillor. That's saying something too.
Yeah, well. So there's a few levels here of discussion. The first one is kind of like motherhood and apple pie. You know, if obviously these are the types of things that we should work toward, simply said. Councillor Young just made a reference, and I'm going to pick up on it. One of the things is that this may have to become a rather overriding notion as to how we do things. That is, we have to invest capital, and that's where you come in. So while you may be committed to the overall picture, I believe that part of the engagement that you must do is with your neighbor. because your neighbor has to understand what it may mean from a capital dollar point of view if we do this, because you've heard already about payback and how long that takes. And so one of the ways that we generate revenue is this really profound thing called property tax. And so that's one. And two, we live in 4-year cycles. So does the province, so does the federal government. And so those always are part of that notion. Two, I'm just going to tell you a brief story. Again, I referenced the age for a reason. Transit came up. Well, when I was a kid, I rode a bus in Regina. It was an electric bus. It had lines across the city that charted those buses around. GM came in and said in the early 1950s, we have a plan for you. We have this new bus. It's called diesel. It'll take over the world. Get rid of those electric buses. It's funny. GM has just partnered with Honda. They're going to come out with an electric vehicle by 2020. They just took over the old train station in Detroit because they wanted to produce electric vehicles. So I kind of trust GM in a way because they know where things are going. Interesting notion. I don't think I'm going to buy another gas-powered car. I don't think I will, because when I look again, I think my option is simply going to be electric. But I actually think it may be autonomous, because all of these people are investing billions of dollars into that. And as I age, the safety factor of me getting into a vehicle and it just takes me there, I can read my book or whatever I'm doing, is profound to me. What I'm trying to tell you is simply this. I believe the first step is the vehicle. In our society, vehicle has driven much of what we've done in North America. That notion of the house and the power and all that kind of stuff has got to be part of that. Bought gas for $1.05 a liter the other day. My rates for natural gas, I think they're the lowest in my lifetime. And so we have to look at ways to overcome that as well. So I'm a practical guy. I look forward to the dollar discussion. Okay? That's really important. So while I want to tell you, talk to your neighbor, you also have a chance, and so does everybody else, you have a chance to vote 3 times in the next 2 years. And I hope that when people come to your door, you simply ask them about this. What's your plan for our future and how we look after that and how we fund it? Let's have fun.
Thank you, Councillor O'Donnell. Now, Councillor Murray, you're going to close debate, so I will speak and then you can close debate. You take the chair, please.
The Mayor.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Mayor. I'm very pleased to support this motion and the amendment. I think this is a powerful statement by our city and by our community, and not just the words on the paper, but it's actually, we're going to get an action plan, which I think is significant. So in our world as municipal leaders, both in Regina and through the Federation of Canadian Municipalities and the Big City Mayors Caucus, we know that if you want change in society, it's municipal government that leads the way. We are the ones who are leading the way in terms of infrastructure investment. I'll get to that in a moment, what this could mean for us. But most changes, most services that you see every day are regulated by or have an impact by municipalities, in this case the City of Regina. So if you're looking for a place to affect change, municipal government is a place to go. So I want to talk briefly about the delegations. I want to thank everyone for being really insightful, intelligent, passionate, and really having very clear messages. But there's a couple of things I want to raise with the delegations. The first is Stephen Hall's comment, which I think really resonated with me, when he says that without obstacles there can be no innovation. I think that really is a great turn of phrase, because that is actually very, very true. Conflict, or in case obstacles, generate by definition some way to fix that and to innovate. 2 other people who I really am very proud they're here tonight and where they spoke is Ellen Marion and Ralph Kennedy Gonzalez. 2 very young people coming to talk to us about how they see the world today and into the future. So thank you very much for being very insightful and saying some great things. So this motion is going to speak to how we see ourselves in the next number of years. solar, wind power, geothermal, electric buses, all these are part and parcel of the mix. The motion is important to read carefully because it isn't just an aspirational statement, although today it is. We aspire to get there. We pass the motion tonight, it becomes the request of our administration to craft a blueprint, an action plan to move forward. And that, I think, is extremely important that we look at that. And I will be a huge cheerleader for our city on the national stage through FCM and the big City Mayor's Caucus that meets in January. Because there isn't many cities in Canada that will be passing this motion. I'll be talking about what this means to federal ministers, provincial ministers, about why this is so important. I'll be talking in our community too, because one of the tools we have as a city is Economic Development Regina, which is owned by the city. We are the only shareholder. And they're speaking, as was mentioned earlier, in their strategic plan saying in the future, Regina will be a leader in renewable energy. So this is the voice to the comment. This brings the action to the comment. This is very important. This is an important night for everyone here. I'm incredibly proud and excited about this motion. And I really like what the delegations had to say because they have a lot of knowledge and they're very respectful, but very clear in their thinking. And City Council is, I know, unanimously going to support this motion. What's even more exciting is when we get this report next year, we're going to find out where we go from here. The last point I'll make is I want to thank the administration for providing the framework and understanding where we've come to, the things we've been doing as a city. And I'm very proud of our council, this council and previous councils who have struggled and moved on this issue. Renewable energy, alternate sources of energy, away from petroleum. All these things are very, very important. In our administration, through directions from previous council, we have seen some of these results. So we're on the road, moving forward, and now we're turning our attention as a council to say, okay, let's go forward. It's not just FCM money we're going to be looking at here. It's going to be private sector investment that will see an opportunity. One of the delegations spoke of, actually, he's an economist, speaking about the economics of renewable energy. That's where the private sector comes in. Finally, the infrastructure money, the $900 million that's come to Saskatchewan from the federal government to be, in most ways, the federal or province and city will be involved with that. There's a green fund as well. There's a substantial amount of money that we have accessible. We are accessible to use that. That's important as well. So on that note, I am standing here proud to say I will be supporting the motion. I know members of council will do that, and we'll look forward to those reports coming forward. Councillor Hawkins' amendment, I voted for that. I just raised the issue related to whether it makes it more difficult to stick on one topic or not, but clearly we'll move forward in that in any case. So proud to support the motion before council tonight. Thank you for the 3 members of council who brought this forward. I know they went to the conference because they brought a motion back. They weren't just in where Councillor Frindura was, so it's all good news. Thank you. Councillor Murray to close debate.
Thank you, Your Worship. The beauty of a good motion, really, is that you don't have to defend it at all. You don't have to say anything. The public speaks on your behalf. So that's huge. That's huge. Thank you so much for being out here. One thing that we didn't talk a lot about is how important agriculture is to our economy here in Regina. And we think about crop yields and how they'll change going forward if we don't do something. So I view that as very, very important to us as a city, not just as a province, but as a city. Third, I view this as something that our council can rally around. And the reason I say that is because every meeting that we have about any project going forward, the same things come up every time. Green and renewable energy. Someone in the room will say it. It doesn't matter. Every single one of you has said it. So with that, I mean, this is the smartest group of people that I've ever had to work with. And we didn't remove sustainable community when we ratified and reaffirmed that statement. So that means a lot to me. And I appreciate all of the statements that you've all made. So I guess the next part's this.
Get ourselves some kites.
Thanks.
Thank you, Councilor Murray. So before we vote on the motion, because you just closed the debate, it'll be okay if you clap after we vote. Just not before, okay? So I'm going to call the question. All those in favor of the motion?
Recorded vote from this?
Yep. Recorded vote it is. Mr. Clerk.
Councillor Bresciani.
In favor?
Councillor Young.
In favor?
Councillor Findura.
In favor.
Councillor O'Donnell.
In favor.
Councillor Flagel.
Yes.
Councillor Hawkins.
In favor.
Councillor Mancinelli.
Present, or in favor?
Councillor Bryce.
In favor.
Councillor Stevens.
Oh, yeah.
Councillor Murray.
In favor.
Your worship.
I vote yes.
The result is unanimous.
There you go. Could you come back to our next council meeting and do that again? Thank you very much for attending, everyone. We have a motion for a 10-minute recess.
10-minute recess, please.
Seconder, please. Councillor Hawkins, all those in favor? Opposed? Carried. We'll return at 10 after 9. We're going to move into committee reports. And the first report we have is from the Committee of Protective Services Committee, Canadian Western Agribition Transit Service, Councillor Flagel.
Thanks. I rise in support of CR 18-101, and it's the Canadian Western Agribition Transit Service for the upcoming agribition this winter. That the City of Regina provide Western Canada Agribition in kind transit service funding for the amount of $24,000. And we had a brief discussion about this, and we were all in favor of it. And again, it's just that the City of Regina provide Western Canada in kind to the amount of $24,000, and that's just adding to what we're already doing for them. So,
Have a seconder for the motion, please. Councillor Bryce. Discussion on the report. All those in favor? Opposed? That's carried. The Open Path Space Pathway Snow Clearing Service. Councillor Flagel.
okay, I'm just trying to. My computer's not doing it. Okay, CR 18-102, Open Space Pathway Snow Clearing Services. Option 1, clear all open space paths citywide by referring to the 2019 budget process for consideration. There was a few other options, but at the committee level, we decided that option 1 was the best, and to involve participation amongst the whole city, whether it's a lit pathway or not, it's going to be cleared pending budget approval and process for consideration in 2019. This is something that's been ongoing with the city for a long time, and there's a protocol inside of our bylaws that says that if it's a lit area, it's cleaned. If it's not lit, it's not going to be cleaned. And there's a lot of areas where street lights help to illuminate pathways, so we need better clearance of all the pathways in the city. Councillor Bresciani and I for sure we're in favor of this because we've got a lot of walkable paths in our neighborhood, and there's a plan in place that administration could look at adding a little bit of equipment to our capital expense, minimal to the operating expense, and the capital of course would be a one-time every 10 years type of thing to advance the new equipment to look after the whole city. So we've all been in support of this, the 5 of us on at the committee level, and we're bringing it forward to council for the budget in 2019.
Thank you, Councillor Flagel. A seconder for that? Councillor Bresciani. And Councillor Bresciani, you want to speak?
Your Worship. So, yes, as Councillor Flagel indicated, it was supported unanimously, and for a couple reasons. You know, we in our one of the goals for in the Transportation Master Plan, the city will have safe pedestrians in all 4 seasons. And this again meets that goal. And I think, we've all heard from residents where they don't live close to maybe a school where the pathways are cleared. But when we look at this is out of the 88 kilometers, right now the city clears 61. This is asking for the next 27 kilometers to be cleared at $49,000. I think that's the best $49,000 we could ever spend for our residents. And it would be $139,000 for equipment. And I do just I'd like to ask administration what equipment that is for that $139,000.
Mr. Onright.
Through your worship, just before I answer that question, just for clarification, this is for clearing all the hard surface pathways in the city, so an additional 27 kilometers of paved pathways. In regards to the equipment, this is a narrow track plow. Because some of these pathways are very narrow, we can't use regular equipment on them. That capital cost is approximately $136,000.
Good. Thank you.
Thank you for that. One of the other questions that I did ask, I think that I would just, as we move forward and we're looking at the snow maintenance policy, and right now we have the parks maintenance and then the snow maintenance policy on roadways. When we're doing, would it be an opportunity to find efficiencies when we're doing already the bus stops as well as the city sidewalks? Would it be an opportunity time to both of these areas to look at maybe having the same or somehow work it out, find a cost saving to also do those pathways? Is that going to be something that's going to be considered?
Mr. Onright.
Through your worship, administration is in discussions currently about sharing some of these resources. So the winter road maintenance program clears the sidewalks around our parks, and the park staff do inside the park. So parks and roadways or winter road maintenance groups have been in discussion. We'll continue those to see if there's opportunity to cross over. One portion depends which part of the system that they're doing to drive some efficiencies rather than having two separate groups show up at the same place to do the same work.
That'd be great. And one last question, you wish. So when would that come? Would that come like in this year for the budget? As we're discussing this, is that going to be something that's considered at budget time, or is that with the snow maintenance program?
Mr. Onright.
Through your worship, this would be utilizing the existing resources that we have. So between winter road maintenance staff and our parks staff that do the winter clearing, this would be utilizing those two groups, so just in a different way. So I don't believe, I'll maybe ask Mr. Morgan to comment, I don't believe there's additional funding requirements if we utilize the existing resources and equipment.
Mr. Morgan?
Through you, your worship. That is accurate. We're looking at finding synergies within both departments, so the cost is minimalized in that sense. We're already working in Victoria Park, where we're doing the entire park plus the surrounding sidewalk. We're asking for also support in other park areas from roadways and transportation to help assist us in snow removal in those narrower, tighter gaps. So we're also looking for efficiencies there as well.
Great. Thank you. Thank you for that.
Thank you, Councilor Shanny. Other speakers to this report? Oh, Mr. Onright.
Through your worship, just for clarification, the whole idea of looking at doing things a bit differently would be an operational decision, would not impact policy decisions.
Any other comments or questions on this report? All those in favor? Okay.
I need to clarify something. Just want to close on this one point. We talked about this, and I just want to reiterate it to you guys, to administration, is the fact that in the parks that we have already in the paved pathways, thank you for clarifying that, We have a lot of garbage pickup, a lot of things are there, and our trucks are there. And the first response I had a couple of years ago was that we have 8-foot blades on our trucks, so they can't do the 6-foot wide path going through the park to go to the other garbage. Is that something in operational that we could maybe change that 8-foot blade to a 5-foot blade, and that truck driving through the park to go pick up garbage at the other end could just drop the blade and slightly skim it down? Because sometimes that's all it requires. It's not a huge effort, but if there's already a truck there with a 5-foot blade, this path is 6 feet or 2 meters, it might be just something simpler to do. And I know we talked about that a little bit at the thing, but I just want, that's a simple way of being a little bit more efficient. So thanks.
Thank you, Councillor Flagel. You've closed debate, so I'll call the question. All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. Move on to information reports. We have a communication from Regina Cabs on the update of the taxi bylaw changes. Do I have a motion to receive and file that? Okay. Councillor Murray, okay. All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. We have 2 information items. I'll ask for a motion for both. This is for the Canadian Protective Services update on the taxi bylaw and 9th Avenue North, just to get them on the street, on the street, on the dock for discussion. Councillor Bryce, you move it as seconder? Okay. Discussion on either one of the reports on the taxi bylaw changes and the 9th Avenue North Courtney Street to Pinkey Road report. Councillor O'Donnell.
If I could, I'm going to speak on both of them or ask a question, at least on the first. The reference by the document from Ms. Archibald and so on referenced, okay, let me start again here.
Been a long night. Ride
sharing. Can I have a status update, please, on where ride sharing is with the province and then ultimately where it will come to us?
Mr. Onright.
Through your worship, we are expecting the province through SGI to pass the regulations before the end of the year. Once those regulations are passed, we know exactly what they look like. We will be bringing a report to council to consider for ride sharing. Saskatoon is back doing some work. Currently, they had taken a report to council, so we're in conversation with them also.
Thanks. So I'll just follow that up if I could. So the legislature has passed the ability for ride sharing to occur. SGI is just setting the parameters for that. And then from there, we set our parameters.
Through your worship, that is correct.
Okay. I'll leave it at that for now because that'll come back. Thanks. My second one is a little bit about 9th Avenue North and Pinkey. Question first. Where are we at with any upgrades to Pinkey, that is the bridge, and any road work first, please?
Ms. Basil?
Through your worship, there's nothing currently on the radar with respect to Pinkey. We do understand the condition of it, and there are load restrictions.
So it's not in any capital plan for the next few years?
Not in the next, not in the next 2 years for sure. I'm not sure if it's further out.
Okay, thanks for that. So a couple comments, if I could. So what's before you for consideration is a disappointment to me. I have for years spoken of the importance of Pinkey Road. If you were in North Regina right now, you have the ability, although the road is not good, you have the ability to drive from 9th Avenue North all the way to Dudney. That's your stop. You can turn down to the middle of the city, or you can go all the way virtually. Now, of course, it's changed a little bit to the very south end. In other words, it was a very direct path. I looked at it from the notion that you could, in the north end, think of Coopertown, think of other areas out there, have a pretty direct path. What's changed is that the bypass in their alignment decided to move closer to what is 9th Avenue North and Courtney. And so by that, then we have a congestion point at 9th Avenue North and Pinkey. It was not in the master plan from before. This was a change. It was a change by the province. And I think it has greatly affected investment along Pinkey Road. Think West Terra in particular. Think of what the design of Coopertown could have been, or maybe. The other effect that is here, and it's clear in here, and of course, listen, I'll be long gone before this is ever developed. But there is a residential area there that's now going to have an interchange that, my opinion, Wasn't really the plan before. It's just a residential area. Whereas on Courtney, and if you don't understand what I'm talking about, I apologize, but Courtney and 9th Avenue North have an interchange. I could have told you that 40 years ago. That's the way it was designed. That's how much land is there. The next one, not so much. I'm really, really disappointed.
Thank you, Councillor O'Donnell. Just one point related to rideshare. Part of the discussion now is the whether or not to require Class 4 licenses. And the province has not decided that yet, and that's part of the regulatory discussions they're having beyond what was mentioned by Mr. Onright. So we talked about this at the City Mayor's Caucus last week. Thanks for your comments, and I share your disappointment on the alignment of the bypass. That's a big mistake. Councillor Barshani.
Thank you, Your Worship. So just back into the taxi. I just wanted to talk about the licenses that were returned. So 9 were returned and 3 did not meet their requirements. So we have 12 licenses that are not out there right now. So can I ask, is that a concern as we move forward into the winter at all?
Mr. Onright?
Through your worship, I'll ask Ms. Shaley to comment.
Shaley?
Through you, Your Worship, all of the licenses have currently been allocated, and so the season begins at the end of this month. The recipients of the licenses have until October 31st to have them back on the road. The 9 that were referred to in the report were returned to the city last year, and they were reallocated to others who were on the alternate list.
So all of the 12 then are going to be back on the road? Through Your Worship.
Through you, Your Worship, there's 9 that will be back on the road. There were 3 that were pulled out of the system last year as a result of feedback from the industry. The industry felt there were too many licenses within the system. And so if we set those 3 aside, all of the licenses that have been allocated for seasonal use will be on the road this year.
Great, thank you. And one last question in regards to the survey that was done. It did come up that our pricing, that we were one of the higher priced, or what it costs to take a cab. Can you just elaborate why our prices are higher than in other municipalities?
Mr. Onright.
Through your worship, so the pricing that is set out in the taxi bylaw is the maximum price that a taxi company can charge. They do have the option to charge a lower price if they choose to do so. So the city sets a maximum rate. When you look at our pickup charge and the per kilometer charge, if you use a 5 kilometer an hour range, we've done a comparison to other municipalities. We are right in the middle, and we're actually, when you take that 5 kilometer an hour or 5 kilometer range and do the charges, we're slightly less than Saskatoon.
Okay.
So our pickup rate that is proposed is slightly higher. Our per kilometer rate is slightly lower.
Okay, so thank you for that. Through Your Worship, have we ever looked at something where if it's around the downtown, it's the $4, or if you have to go out to the burbs, it's reduces at $3.50. I know other municipalities look at doing something like that. Have we ever looked at that option? Because all I hear is it's too expensive to take a cab when you're out in the areas. I mean, up north, out east, out south. Has that ever been looked at?
Mr. Onright?
Through you, through your worship, I'll ask Ms. Shaley or Ms. Schakowsky to answer.
Ms. Shaley?
Through you, Your Worship, the model was developed and approved by council a few years ago in consultation with the industry. In terms of other models, we will be looking at those when we research options related to ride sharing. And we are currently engaging in further discussions with the taxi industry as a part of that research.
Good. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor Kashani. Councillor Fundura.
Thank you, Your Worship. If I could ask, I know that Ms. Shelley mentioned about that you are still waiting for the end of the month for everyone to come on board. Do we know how successful we are so far? How many are coming in? My question is because the stresses were from, if you read the report from last year, is that first, through Your Worship, first applicant or the winner didn't qualify, or so you had to go to the second. How are we doing for the next year? What's our stress line there? What's the stresses there?
Mr. Onright.
Through Your Worship. So I think when you look at this change in the program, the first year, even for the operators that came forward or the people that came forward to get issued a license other than the brokers, there was a bit of a learning curve for them. As Ms. Shelley indicated, some of the operators did not have the driving hours in that we'd put in as one of the requirements to continue to be able to keep your license over the 3-year period. Those have now come back and been reissued, other than 3 as Ms. Shelley spoke to. And we will know Wednesday, as these operators or the people going after the individual licenses, Wednesday is the day that we will know how many of those are actually going to be turned back to us. We do have a backup list alternative, so those, whatever ones would come back to us, the next person in line would receive the opportunity to maybe look at taking one of the individual licenses.
Okay, through Your Worship, comment. I asked for a report to come back in September of next year, 2019. Reason for that is because I'm looking at the rideshare and the Uber coming. And I'd like to see a little bit more high level of, to see how actually is impacting the lottery. So the question is, because the lotteries are for 3 years, and every year costs us to do something with that, to facilitate all that stuff. They have to make phone calls, emails, send letters. Can we, if it's really drastic and it's not working next year, at the end of 2019, can we cancel that, or is it something that you can do? To Your Worship.
Mr. Onright.
Through Your Worship, I'll ask Ms. Shelley to comment. I'm trusting we can do a review of the process and the project. I call it a project because we've put it forward as a 3-year trial, and we're going to monitor it over those 3 years. And as I indicated at Community and Protective Services, if this council would like a report coming back through committee in a year's time, that is not a problem. We can do that.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Fundura. Councillor Flagel.
Thank you. The taxi thing has been beat up here a little bit, but I want to ask about Pinky Road. About 3 years ago, 2 years ago, we bought a temporary bridge for $500,000, and we put it on Eastgate. Eastgate is going to be done next year. Could we not take the bridge from there, put it at Pinky Road? Because Pinky Road Bridge is becoming really unsafe. And I drive it every once in a while, and it's like, do I want to get on there? Why couldn't we use that, or can we use it?
Ms. Gizmo?
As a temporary fix.
Through Your Worship, I'm not guaranteeing anything, but that is discussions that we are having.
Okay. Also, with all the stuff going on with the bypass coming in on 9th Avenue North, is there a map that shows us exactly what it's going to look like? I mean, I've gone on the website and you get kind of like the lineage, but we don't get a detail of the 4 lanes, the 2 lanes, the overpass there, what 9th Avenue North is going to look like back to at least Courtney. Could we get a map that would show us exactly what it is?
There is one.
Is there? I couldn't find it.
I'll show you.
I'm not technically advanced like you guys are, so. But, okay, I'm proven wrong, so I'm sorry. So I think what we need to, I just want to make sure that and I don't know if there's an input, because I know O&T Poultry has had some issues. They got a new road built for them, but I don't think he's still not happy about something, because I've talked to him, and he may have a valid point. He may not. I'm just saying, I just want to know, and I want to see what it is. But the bridge, I'm glad to hear. because I think what they've done so far with Pinkey Road in putting some reclaim on there has definitely helped, much like Winnipeg Street North, but we need to continually throw those up there, and the dust agents over the last 15 years don't work. So asphalt is the way to go, and it's an internal road in the system, inside our system, and it should be paved. Pinkey and Winnipeg Street too.
Thank you, Councillor Flagel. Any of the speakers on either information report? Call the question. All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. Move on to notice of motion. I'd ask for both Councillor Stevens and Masson just again to read the resolution portion of the report. Councillor Stevens, you're up first.
Through the chair, be it resolved that administration prepare a report for Community Protective Services Committee for Q1 of 2019 that one identifies the costs and ridership statistics related to improving Sunday bus frequency during the day and evenings for both regular transit and paratransit services, and second, identifies regular transit routes that merit improved Sunday service based on potential ridership. Thank you.
Thank you for that. Councillor Massanelli.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Therefore, be it resolved that funding for planning a temporary pathway system running parallel to Courtney Street on the east side connecting Rink Avenue to Wayland Street be provided in the upcoming 2019 budget, and administration bring a report outlining its implementation to Public Works and Infrastructure Committee in Q2 of 2019.
Thank you for that. And would note that inquiry on the plans for Broad Street has been answered. It has been circulated. So we'll go to report CR 18-103, Public Works and Infrastructure, Snow Routes Pilot Program Update. Councillor Bryce.
Thank you. I will move CR 18-103, which is Public Works and Infrastructure Snow Routes Pilot Program Update. So,
you have a seconder for that, please? Councillor Murray.
thank you. So this recommendation is that the number one, that Snow Routes Pilot Project implemented 2017-18 become a regular part of the winter maintenance program, and that also number two, that the snow routes be expanded to include an additional 11 kilometers, which those streets are attached to. Do you want me to read them, or we're good with?
Do whatever you want. You've got your 5 minutes.
Oh, well, I guess I do. What the heck? You guys have all taken lots of time tonight, so what the heck? Okay, so for 2019-2020, we are going to add Victoria Avenue, Albert Street to Pasqua, Winnipeg Street, College Avenue to Broadway Avenue, Winnipeg Street, Victoria Avenue to Ross Avenue, Broadway Avenue, Broad Street to Park Street, 13th Avenue, Toronto Street to Broad Street, 14th Avenue, Toronto Street to Winnipeg Street, 14th Avenue, Albert Street to Halifax Street, 15th Avenue, Winnipeg Street to Elphinstone Street, and Toronto Street, Victoria Avenue to College Avenue. There's an exam later for you guys who are paying attention. And number three, that the administration brings updates on snow routes as part of the annual winter maintenance report, and that bylaw be prepared as directed, and that $70,000 from the 2019 winter road maintenance operating budget be used to fund the capital and operating expenses associated with the implementation of the expanded snow routes program. So maybe having said that, I will ask administration if they could summarize how well things went, because things did go well. I'm not going to spoil it completely, but just a little bit of a spoiler. So maybe through you, Mr. Mayor, if we could just get an update on how well it did go.
Ms. Gizmo.
Thank you, Your Worship. So just as Councillor Bryce said, there's a lot of this in the report, but on average, we were able to clear snow about 20% faster on snow routes. We had good responses from our residents. There were 52 tickets or warning tickets given in the first snow event, but that dropped off dramatically in the remaining 3 snow events that we declared through the season. So there was definitely very good uptake. We also conducted a survey of residents or participants on the snow routes, and we generally had 2/3 of the survey participants that felt that snow routes were effective and should be continued. Just in that, we looked at those who lived where snow routes were. We got about 79% in favor. Those who traveled on snow routes provided 77% in favor, and those who regularly park on snow routes even said 69% in favor. We had 840 respondents to the survey.
Thank you for that. And I'm sorry, I'm going to take a few more minutes on this within my
You have
allotted
three- you
time,
have
of
3 minutes,
course.
so you have lots of
So a
time.
few more. I know it's late and everybody, but to me, this is really important. So could you also talk about the communication for those who live on the snow routes? What do we do as a city to make sure it's communicated when a snow event is about to happen or is happened, and that they need to get their cars off the street? And what will we do for those who are in that new area that we are hopefully going to approve tonight?
Ms. Gizmo?
Through your worship, there's a number of communication methods that we use to notify residents of the snow routes, such as PSAs and email notifications that the snow route is come into effect. With the introduction of the new snow routes, we have again educate residents and individuals who park on those snow roads, again, on what this means and when it's implemented and how it will be declared so that they are aware of when it's being declared. So there will be an education or change management process for the new 11 kilometers that are being added.
Thank you for that. And speaking of declaration, when or who declares that these snow routes are in effect? If you wouldn't mind, through you, Mr. Mayor.
Ms. Gizmo?
Through your worship, we monitor the weather through winter road maintenance and look at the upcoming forecast and then work with communications to make that declaration.
Thank you very much. Thank you for your...
Thank you, Councillor Bryce. Any other speakers to the report? All those in favor? Opposed, carried. Last is a bylaw. Councillor Hawkins.
Thank you very much, Your Worship. I move, seconded by Councillor Bresciani, the bylaw 2018-57 be introduced and read a first time.
All those in favor? Opposed, that's carried.
Your Worship, I move, seconded by Councillor Young, that bylaw 2018-57 be read a second time.
Any discussion? All those in favor? Opposed, that's carried.
Your Worship, I move, seconded by Councillor Findura, that Council hereby consents to bylaw 2018-57 going to go to a third reading at this meeting.
All those in favor? Opposed, that's carried unanimously.
Thank you, Your Worship. I move, seconded by Councillor O'Donnell, that bylaw 2018-57 be read a third time.
All those in favor? Opposed, carried.
I move adjourned.
Motion to adjourn. Okay, all those in favor? Opposed, carried. Have a great night, everyone.
I got the last motion.